How's it going, folks? Gonna go ahead and get going. Did not set up game capture to start off with. Hope everyone is having a good weekend and a good Saturday. We're gonna be doing more of just general Turkey today. I am still working on tutorial videos, so I want to keep doing this until I get those done. It'll be a little while. Bear with me. Cool. Beautiful. We are good to go. Hope everyone is having a good afternoon or night or morning, depending on where you're at. It's not pretty universal for most folks, so I'll hit all of them at once. We are continuing the Turkey game where we left off. I've been working just mainly on the general researches, general tech, experimenting a bit more with how the energy system works, and we are going down the Ottoman path. So we're going to start to go to war here in a little bit. I want to test out some new divisions, so we'll see how that goes. What's up, Cheese? What's up, Dante? What's up, Pricey? How y'all doing? What's up, Cod Man? Been a while. Played MD game last session. Very cool. Hell yeah. Nice. Alrighty. Turn it down a bit too. Turn my processing speed. See if that helps at all. Shoot a little bit. Having this weird thing where my HOI4 is not acting full screen. It's acting borderless, which is really annoying, but that's fine. I'd use arrows, I guess. So generally, this is the new Turkish focus tree. I've been kind of abusing the system. Obviously, this is not a roleplay session. This is just pure kind of, I guess, testing. But really for me, getting used to some of the systems before I make tutorial videos, things like that. So I've been abusing the focus trees, essentially to get the really good ones on paths we're not going to go, and then going down the one we eventually are going to, which is Ottoman Empire. I want to see if we can get the historical borders on it in this playthrough, which there's a long ways to go. This focus tree is really big, and it's got a lot of general focuses you just have to get through to get to where we want to go, which is, I'll show you really quickly, way down here. All the way down the left side, right wing victory, and all the way down, which will allow us to bring back the House of Osman, which are still actually alive. I did not realize that, but the ex-royal family of the Ottomans are still alive and around. Is there any background? In what way, Pricey? Just on the playthrough or in general, or background on what? We've played 3 years so far. I've been just mainly working on building the economy. The first part was just balancing the budget. You start off with Turkey, much like actual Turkey in 2000, with a really bad, uncompetitive economy, which I have stabilized. We are in a surplus. We do have all the immediate big issues more or less dealt with. Our productivity has gone up, which is one of the new features for the 1.9 update, which is basically how competitive you are compared to the world stage in terms of your technology, in terms of how well your economy is functioning, things like that. So we're in pretty good shape. I've also got the deficit down a little bit now as well. And we need even more oil. I'm going to follow Akil. The amount of oil you need to import with the new system is insane. It's realistic, but sometimes, you get used to playing HOI4 Millennium Dawn and just ignoring realistic energy needs, and now you kind of have to deal with it, and it's like, fuck. Well, I can't be mad about it because this is realistic, but it is a wee bit inconvenient having to, focus on actual priorities like keeping lights on for people. Annoying. Turkey uses the same time zone as Iraq. Really? I mean, it makes sense. They're about the same place. What's up, Gray? It's been a been a good week, mostly. Been an interesting week. I finally, and with 100% assurity, do have my substitute teaching job too. I'm starting next week, so that'll be nice. But I'm skipping this song. This is the sus William Dawn song. I like it, but like listening to part of Hitler's speeches while streaming HOI4 is never a good idea. It'll attract the wrong sorts, and I'm always trying to avoid that. So if people had profile pictures on Twitch, if I played that song often enough, we'd see a lot of Rommel profile pics, which I really don't want. So we're gonna take the safe route and skip that. Saudi Arabia. What happened to Saudi Arabia? Oh, I didn't see that. Left-wing parties gain traction. It appears that our people's ideology is becoming more and more leftist as left-wing parties have begun gaining some more following than before. Okay, that's fine. More political turmoil. Maybe we'll make a dangerous gamble. Full investigation on the mafia, except the network from the UK. That's a very good question. What has happened? It's the Sawa movement that's taken power. It's a non-aligned movement under Dr. Saeed al-Faqih. They're moderates, actually. So, I don't even know. Iran in this playthrough has already had like 2 civil wars, and the Shah's back in power, so... The Middle East has very old history already. And then we've got Bashar al-Assad in Syria. Yeah. Very old history. Which, I mean, I think is why most people, including me, play Millennium Dawn, so nothing wrong with that. You can't hear any music. I was playing around with my OBS settings. Apparently I played around too much. Let me know if that's any better. Should be good. Excited for the new Kings of Kings DLC. That's the new EU4 DLC, right? It seems solid. I just don't play or follow EU4 much anymore. I haven't for years. It's, you know, a fun game, but I played my heart out to it in the early days. I just really, in many ways, I haven't liked the direction EU4 has gone. It's not horrible, just not really for me. So I know the UI features. I saw the dev diary on that, I think last night, which looked really good. I like the direction they're going. I assume it's going to be another like $20, $30 DLC though, which is what they're doing a lot of lately. And I don't know, man. I'm tired of supporting that. Let's hit the PKK again. And yeah, they're doing some big UI updates. I'm pretty sure, right? Denise, isn't that the main thing? I know they're reworking like colonial companies, they're reworking government mechanics, and they're reworking estates. And for when I saw the dev diary, it looked really good. So excited for that. That looks like a free update, as always for me, but you know. Wait, hold on, have they put out a price for it? Let me look. Out of curiosity. I don't even have EU4 downloaded, bro. DLC. $15. Okay. Again, this update to me really does look like a free update. New content and flavor for a bunch of countries, primarily in the Middle East. Persian influence system, 3 royal fires, Egyptian westernization. Look, that's actually pretty cool. More estates, free content, new government reforms. Yeah. So the big like unique features they're adding besides the overhaul then are going to be mission trees, which I'm not a fan of, and then mechanic systems added on for Persia and Egypt. That's cool though. I do like that. That seems really interesting. I think I saw that on the dev diary too. That looks pretty good. I won't buy it, but it's solid. A simple calculated operation. Trying to get that down. EU4 needs a sequel, not more DLC, I think. Yeah, they're ready for 5. I mean, I don't know. After Vic 3's launch and City Skylines launch, I don't have much faith in a release of EU5, but it's like any game, right? We'll get a shit release and then they'll make it good. So that's fine, I guess. We will connect Hakkari and Trabzon. The folks that live in the east of our country, this way they are able to get to and from Trabzon port, or they wish to set out to travel. We'll get stability, which is what I really want. We've struggled so much with that because a lot of the national spirits you get is Turkey, so we really got to get the stability ones. I'm feeling sick and right before my first wrestling meet. Jesus, man. Sorry to hear that, Con. It sounds to me like you need to take a 5-hour energy before you do your wrestling match, or a couple monsters. That'll get you through it. What's up, Big Twins? How are you doing? The devs said they will add population to EU5 if they ever make it. If they make EU5 with a population system like Vic 3, and they overhaul the trade and trade goods systems to not be like pure Vic 3, but be more like kind of on that level, I'd be pretty excited and I'd play the fuck out of that. Because the time setting and the time frame EU4 is in is incredible. You know, the age of exploration, the age of empire, the age of revolution, all of that, right? That's in EU4 mostly. And I don't know, but EU4 for me is just kind of so outdated in many ways. The mechanics really will build around a certain path. I found it to be way too focused just generally on just really min-maxy kind of focus and war, which is what the player base is that's left, you know, I think in many ways, which I just don't like. I don't need every one of the Paradox games to be like a big roleplay focus like CK3, but EU4 is a little too far into the, I don't know, min-maxing kind of stuff, which I think has really dominated a lot of their updates and focus in, I'd say the last 4 years, 5 years. What's up, Jarhead? What's up, Jay? I was just playing some EU4 and trying to learn how to play it. Who is it who makes those really good guides now? Red Phoenix, Red Hawk or something. He does pretty good guides. Red Hawk, I want to say. I watched a couple of his for the Grand Campaign portion. They really helped. Red Hawk? Is that his name? Yeah, the Red Hawk. He's got really good tutorials. I'd recommend them. They helped me out a lot. It's funny, when you go away from any of the Paradox games for more than like 6 months to a year and you come back, you really got to watch a guide or two. Like, I'm working on the guides from Millennium Dawn right now, because half my guides don't even work for it. And that's just a mod. That's not even like one of the games. It's insanity. But, you know, I think that's why we play them so much. It's the detail. And the depth. How's our energy looking? We are still in a huge deficit. We will need to build more energy facilities here. I want to get more civs. We really get that economy going. A lot of our civs are currently locked up in tax costs due to our high corporate tax rate, which I'm going to be lowering here as we can. Which when we get more political power, which we don't have. I literally forgot how war reparations in EU4 after leaving it for 6 months. That one's really simple. 10% of their income for, I think, 10 years, isn't it? 5 years, 10 years, something like that. It's a good one to get, especially if you beat a big country in EU4. All that free income you can invest. Try to speed up a little bit here. The game was lagging for a little bit, and I'm going to be a little careful about that. I think there's something going on with my GPU. I had a bunch of crashes this week while trying to edit some of the upcoming videos, which I'm a little worried about. They were very intensive, to be fair, but still. Our neighbors' wars that surround us will be crucial in solving our economic crisis. We will use investments to harvest influence and economic ties between our nations. Beautiful. We really need political power right now. Millennium Dawn is so inconsistent. Some countries, you'll be running like, 7 political power every day. And then some countries like us, we barely had any when we started out with. You never know what you're dealing with. Corporate tax rate's still what we want, yeah. So generally for this game, unlike many of my roleplay games, I have clear objectives for this playthrough. I want us to build like a really strong economy as quickly as we can because I want to kind of test if a lot of my understanding of the economic aspects of MD still apply. I want us to get basically one of the most competitive markets in the world with productivity because I want to figure out how this feature really works. I think I understand it, but I want to make sure. When we build a really strong economy, we're going to go down the right-wing Ottoman path for Turkey, and I'm going to try and restore their historical borders. So all the way up to Austria, all the way east to like central Iran, and then way south, obviously, to Sudan. So, and then all the way over probably to Algeria, I'd say. So we will have to fight NATO in this, which is fine. And I want to test out the naval system as well, given I know there's been a few changes. So we will expand on our very small fleet, starting off with 40 ships. Not great, not horrible. We can't train it, so I can't farm naval XP due to the fact that we have such a need for fuel. In the past, in HOI4 period, especially Millennium Dawn, you tend to be able to get an excess of fuel very quickly. And one of the easiest ways to grind air, navy, and army XP, obviously, is just to continuously train your units. It's most effective for navy. So just put your navy permanently on training, right? And you just grind naval XP. The issue now is for most countries, you need your fuel so badly just to keep your economy running to get into excess to be able to actually train your navy, especially early on. You'd have to give up like a lot of economic growth. So it's much more similar to base HOI4 now in terms of difficulty of actually getting energy. So that's a very big playthrough difference, I think, in many ways. It's much more costly to get a very powerful navy quicker. So yeah, Ottoman borders, strong economy, simple as that. All the ships appear to be decades old. Oh yeah, they're garbage. They are garbage. 65, some 80 frigates, some 95s. You got a few good frigates. Really old ships. Now I could retrofit them to be competent, but we'll have to build a modern navy. There's no way around that, simply put. Which is fine. And ships are more expensive in Millennium Dawn compared to base game, so it's even harder to build a big blue water navy. Which makes sense. Modern shipbuilding is absolute insanity. It's very similar in my eyes to, like, you know, modern plane building. I mean, it's like the peak level of human engineering besides like space programs, right? I mean, the mechanical knowledge and innovation that goes into designing modern, you know, ships and aircraft is just insane, dude. Insane. We're still in the EU, so I'll go with our Western neighbors. Our Western neighbors, Greece and Bulgaria, have had quite the troubles when it comes to the economy. So it'll be wise for us to invest in them as they're up and coming economic hubs. I'm gonna get us all the way down our eco tree, and then we're gonna go down the military. I'm doing pretty good, COD. Pretty good. A lot of changes. A lot of changes. How about you? Said you got a wrestling meet. Is that, and that was just your first one, right? You haven't done wrestling before? USS Gerald Ford was 12 billion. Yeah. Yeah, carriers are insane. Let's see average cost of a Nimitz class carrier. Nimitz class carrier average cost. I'm gonna say 15 billion. No, much lower. 4.5 billion each. Powered by 2 nuclear reactors. That's still like, I don't know. It seems so normalized. It blows my mind. I mean, like, our modern carriers are powered by nuclear reactors. It's been that way for a long time too, but that just still is mind-boggling. Yeah, Nimitz class aircraft carriers cost tend to be 8.5 billion. In 2021, the cost was 10 billion. Yeah, they're so expensive. They're also beautiful though. Modern carriers, oh boy. Do we need them? Probably not. Not in this amount. Do they look good? Damn right they do. The energy is a new feature that's been added on Big Twins. Basically, all your factories, all your buildings now require energy to function. Simple as that. If you don't have enough, your economy and your nation will collapse, essentially. So it obviously represents the fact that any modern economy requires energy. Your factories don't work without power, unfortunately. HOI4 suggests otherwise, but you need them. I mentioned the cost of just maintaining the US Navy is horrific. Ooh, let's look at that too. Yearly average cost of maintaining US fleet. What the fuck? The average annual operating cost just of one of our carriers is over $1 billion? Holy fuck. That's just for one carrier. Am I reading that right? Oh my god. Cost to operate and sustain 151 of the US's Navy ships included in this review totaled 17 billion in 2020. I thought it'd be worse. That's still so much though. Wow. But that's what I mean, right? I mean, these are like the absolute peak of mechanical engineering. And it's not like, you know, these are parts that are easy to make. Plus, you know, defense contractors overcharge for everything. Wow. It's a lot. I mean, I mean, Millennium Dawn, I've always complained about that too. Like, our budget is always so much spent on maintaining Navy, especially as the US. 2.52 for us, which is quite a lot. That's insane. That's a lot of money. Fuck. Is the Iraq war gonna happen? It already did, I believe. No, it hasn't. Not yet. 9/11 hasn't happened, I don't think, is what's going on. It's a Bush presidency, so we'll see. Yeah, it's very hard to spend money on other things when we're doing that. I fully support a strong US Navy, but I think we're a little overkill, and I think we're spending on the wrong things. We don't understand what a modern naval war would look like. At around 9:30 in the morning, 5 days ago, 2 truckloads of bombs were detonated in Istanbul, one near Nivim Shalom Synagogue and one in Bet Israel Synagogue. 28 people have lost their lives, while over 300 were injured. Today, we have gotten news that another 31 people were killed during an attack on the British consulate. All right, we had a series of bombings. Gotta prepare. Oh god, that's expensive. We'll prepare aid. We need stability. We're gonna lose a lot of that when we go right wing. Okay. We won't understand what a modern naval war will be like until it happens. True. But there's always a lot of stagnancy when it comes to, like, you know, any sort of military doctrines. Ukraine wars underline that so clearly. I think we'll go for this. Stage 2. We are finally entering the second stage of our economic plan. In this stage, we will increase economic stimulation and centralize our government. That'll modify our really bad national spirit, and I think it'll actually give us a positive one now, which is really good. By the end of this, we get some insane bonuses. Turkey's tree is a little busted. It takes a long time to get there, so it's a little bit more forgivable, but it is a little busted. As a Brit, I fully support US naval spending. That 100% has nothing to do with the fact that it means we can spend jack shit on our military. That's all of Europe, to be fair. Europe has been able to build their modern economies and their modern social safety nets primarily off of the fact that they don't have to build militaries due to their security alliance with the US. Americans do pay the price for y'all's benefits in many ways. It's not entirely that, it's not quite that simple, but that's, I think, a very fair statement in many ways. Sucks. I feel like a modern Navy war would be carrier meta. Maybe a modern era I-400 submarines. I think submarines would be so huge. Submarines would be such a big part of it. And drones. Naval drone warfare would be huge. In a few weeks, I got a D&D campaign with with a girl, and I need to get buildings and figures. Are you DMing, COD? Is it a one-on-one campaign, or do you have a group going? That's nice. I had just started a D&D group again, which I was so happy about. We'd played, I think, a couple sessions, but due to some recent events, that is, I think, stopping for a while. It may start up again, but we'll see. I hope it does. The character I'd made for was so fun. Ilya Melenkov. Post-spell plague sorcerer. Very fun. Number of Turkish citizens joining extremist groups on the rise. Democracy is still in control, which is what we want for now. Nationalists are gaining a lot of power, which we want. We're going with the House of Osman at the end of things. And we'll be able to, when we get a lot of political power, shift a lot of the influence to them to get them in power. I'd say probably 2005. 2006 we'll do that. Counterattacks. This is the exciting portion of Millennium Dawn. Going down your focus tree, developing the economy. There's not any wars we can send volunteers to either due to the fact that we are democratic, we are a democracy, and in NATO, and in the EU right now, or not in the EU, an EU partner. I think we had that focus done. Which will be looking to make sure the enemy misunderestimates him. He's very good with strategery, so you're damn right. I don't get why people make huge navies, just ask Poseidon for a typhoon. You mean like develop their own, COD? Or how do you mean? Oh, never mind. You gotta sacrifice some virgins. That's all you need. Okay, we'll do economic stimulation. We will inject additional funds into the economy to get it rolling and have it grow itself naturally rather than manually. He says the focuses I don't love. Filler. Bush is immune to sandals. Someone tried. Fuck, man. How's our economy right now, actually? I'm curious. That's up to 16 trillion. Oh, weekly balance minus 21 billion. They're not in good shape, are they? Russia's running a surplus. China is balanced. India is in a huge deficit. Japan's in a surplus. That's surprising. Surplus. Yeah, just the US is really destroying their economy right now, besides China. Brazil's running a 3 billion deficit too. Going once. Shame on you. Told me you can't get fooled again. old enough to kind of remember a bit of the Bush years. I was really young when Bush was president. I mean, I think some of y'all remember, because I know some of y'all who watch are a little bit older, even older than me. I remember parts of the Bush years. He was always in the news, man, because I read the newspaper a lot when I was a kid, so I really liked reading newspapers. I don't know why. We always got, like, I think it was the Sacramento Bee or something like that. Not an amazing newspaper, but it had interesting articles. Dude, Bush and his bullshit with, like, obviously post 9/11 and then the Iraq War was just always frontline. Front page almost all the time. He was always on there. My parents really didn't like Bush. They were Democrats. Not a big fan. I remember my dad always complaining about Bush. Not all the time, but he did. That was like right when I started to get my first understanding of politics. I think it's different for everyone, but I think for a lot of us, you know that phase when you're in like your early teens and you become like a fully cognizant human being who exists? It happens differently for everyone. I know I'm not crazy because I've talked to other people about this and this is a thing. It's weird. When you're really young up until a certain age, it's like, you know, it's not that you're not intelligent and fully aware, right? But like there's that point for most people where you really start to become much more reflective. I mean, I think even in child psychology, right, there's a thing where like at a certain age, you become aware of being aware, right? That's something that happens for every person and depends on them for different ages. But you realize that you're a person, you realize you're aware, and you start to get a lot for, I don't know what to even call it, mindfulness and awareness. And then I think there's different stages to that for a lot of things because like you start to become aware of the wider world. Things aren't quite as mysterious. Things are much more realistic. There's a lot going on. I think for many people, there's kind of like the political awareness that comes into form for many folks. I know for me, that was like at the end of the Bush presidency and at the beginning of Obama when he got elected. That's when I started to really understand politics is a very important thing and it affects a lot of stuff. And it's kind of important to pay attention to. I don't know if everyone has that, but I've talked to enough people who have. Due to an increase in national population, the power grid is unable to properly function as a result of more people using electricity, causing an uptick in blackouts. By expanding it, we'll be able to provide stable power for all households across the nation. 100 billion. Ooh. That's a lot. But we need to go down this to continue. How much construction cost are those? Can you just like not build battery parks? I guess not. No. Renewable parks? No. What exactly is that going to give us? Hold on a second. A battery parks. The number of battery parks in Turkey currently is 0. And it doesn't look like you can build them. No, you can. Build battery park. It is 100 billion for these. A battery park is a large, expensive structure that can store energy gathered from sources of renewable energy. Oh. It may be wish to build one of these facilities. That needs to be rewritten. It may be wish to build one of these facilities to help store resources for times we may not have enough energy. So it's like a resource. You need the technology, utility, storage foundations, and allows us to store energy from renewables. So I guess they are working more on just adding like features for properly representing renewable energies. That's interesting. Okay. So expensive though. Jesus. Holy fuck. Song requests. What are we playing? It's got to be in theme. Got to be in theme. Give me a link to it. One of the first US politics related things I remember is when Obama visited Sweden. That's fair. The Paris attacks and Dilma's impeachment up in your mind? Yeah, I think there's a big event for everyone that kind of makes people think about it, right? Or it just kind of naturally happens. No, corruption. What's the song? In my 5th grade science class, I said climate change was real, but our teacher was a Republican, so she said it was fake, but all year I told her that climate change was real. Ah, shit. Oh boy. Geez, what state did you grow up in, if you don't mind me asking? Obama's inauguration. Yeah, that'll do it. Obama, I think, was for a lot of like Gen Z and early millennials was kind of when it happened. Brexit. Yeah. Florida. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I already knew that. You've told me that before. Yeah, that checks out. That makes sense. I didn't expect you to go like Massachusetts. Yeah. Isn't Florida one of the states who's going to start having PragerU be like part of their curriculums in certain schools, or is it only Texas? That was crazy. Actual propaganda. Didn't Turkey use the M60 tank longer than the US did? I have no idea, USA man. Turkey's military, I know basically nothing about. I know it's fairly modern and semi-respected. In stockpiles, we have a lot of M48A5s. We have a lot of those. Not that Millennium Dawn is the best source on military equipment usage, but that's what I'm seeing here. I could Google it, but I'm not going to. I remember when I went to DC for the first time when the Paris attacks happened. We saw on news when we got to the hotel. Yep. Unfortunately, I think for most people, political awakenings when you're young happen through very bad and traumatic events. Especially in the modern era. There's been a lot of those. Not that every, bit of history for the last 1,000 years hasn't had a lot of them, but in recent times, especially with modern news, right, you can't not see it. It's almost impossible. Please to see his drug cargo. We'll do a regular investigation. I'm really trying to store up more political power right now. God, that debt. We're up to $500 million again. I'm going to lower the corporate tax rate some more. Just a heads up. I hate doing this because it's not very realistic. Corporate tax rate affects your tax cost. So basically, your civilian industry is what builds all your other buildings and everything you want to build in Millennium Dawn and in HOI4. Your civs do that, right? But your civs will get locked up in tax cost where it's basically being used by the private market and you can't touch them. They don't build anything for you. They're wasted, essentially. On Millennium Dawn, that is solely based on your corporate tax rate. Lowering your corporate tax rate makes you build more things, which triggers the fuck out of me. It's not entirely unrealistic, but Jesus, it's not a really good holistic look on how that works. Stage 3 will prioritize getting our economy to shift towards a knowledge-based economy. This way, our people will be incentivized to get a proper education or to earn better money. The Boston bombing? Yep. That was a big one for a lot of people. That was in the headlines for like weeks on end. In Brazil, we're really studying the effects of speed of information being shared around the world and the effects it causes. Causes it for teens. Yeah, because I mean, everyone has a cell phone now, right? I mean, most places, even in the developing world in places you wouldn't expect, like a lot of people have cell phones, so it's just so easy to get access to news. Even if you don't have a news app on your phone, right, WhatsApp allows you to get a lot of information from relatives and things like that too. So information spread has just had so many effects on the modern world, for good and worse. I mean, I think it's good that it makes people aware of politics better when they're younger, but the way that the news cycle focuses on anything, it's always negative, right? It's always negative. I remember my 8th grade teacher having to give a disclaimer about evolution, and I was so confused. Being my second year in the US, I had no religion played such a big role in the US education system. I thought it was supposed to be a secular country. Wow. Digimon, what state are you in? Out of curiosity as well. Yeah, I didn't have that growing up. I went to I went to school in Scotland, and then I went to school in California, so I didn't deal with that. But I know a lot of southern states do. Yeah, someone did use a song request. I can return the funds to you if you'd like. I can do that. Hold on. Let's go do that. There you go. Your points are back. Launch a counterattack. Take the investment from Germany and France. A lot of foreign investment. I don't know if they changed something on it, but there's way more of it happening. Portugal is leaving the EU. They are nationalists. House of Braganza's come back. Monarchist Portugal in 2004. Brazil better watch out. They're about to have their what's the thing you can do in EU4? Claim throne? They're about to get a claim throne casus belli on Brazil. That's funny. I can't talk shit. We're about to go monarchist too. Pork sit? Pork sit? Yeah, that doesn't really flow off the tongue, does it? No. Florida. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that checks out. Guys, we gotta share both sides of the issue. I don't mean scientifically. I mean opinions. Crazy. No corruption. We're not doing that. More radicals. Oh, God. Construction speed is so low. Why is that? Let's see if I can do anything. Yeah, mainly our economic focuses we need to do. We need to increase our productivity levels, which we're already doing. Something to be done really on that for now. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Just got to do these focuses, essentially, and then we'll really start to speed up. What is the personal union CBNE for? It's claim throne, isn't it? I think. Yeah, twins, you're about to have to swear fealty to the Emperor in Portugal. I hope you're ready to go to Lisbon on your name day to kiss the ring of the Emperor. It's about to be your future here. I'm gonna follow. Alt-skeg mana. I think it's a follow Alt. I'm gonna go with that. How is it going? Alt? 1241? I'm gonna struggle with that name. I remember my 7th grade science teacher making me absent while I was on a field trip because I said evolution was a proven theory. Oh boy. This should do something both ways though. Dude, I had a paper I wrote in college. I think I bitched about this before. I really liked the professor though. He was a lovely guy, really great. We talked a lot. I showed him a U4 with a friend of mine. He didn't like a U4. But he was a poli-sci teacher. He was really big on Middle Eastern issues. And in a paper I wrote for his class, it was a good fucking paper too. He even said it was a good paper, but I referred very briefly to like Asia as the Oriental region, which you're not allowed to do. I still don't understand why that's not a word you can say. I didn't, even refer to people. I just referred to the Oriental region, east of Iran. And dude, he got pissed. I got a letter grade marked down from using that term, which I tried to appeal. He was cool about it, but he was like, nah, you gotta not use that word. I was like, okay. Shit. Doing good as well? GG. All right, GG. I can remember that. What is up, man? Hope you're doing well. I'm from Turkey, by the way. Are you going to destroy my country? We'll see. I'm gonna do my best here to run it into the future. I'm afraid that I will be bringing the House of Osman back here in a little bit. So, the Ottoman Empire is making a comeback. I'm gonna try and build the economy, and I'm gonna try and restore historical Ottoman borders. That's the plan here. Maybe take Vienna, just, to make a point. I've heard that saying the Orient is generally fine, but you shouldn't. Yeah, my understanding was you should not refer to people, right, with a word, but like the term for like geography is not as big of a deal, but yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. This is the first time I've been able to catch a stream. I found your YouTube channel. I just finished watching all the House Torres VODs. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Glad you've been enjoying those. No video this weekend, by the way, folks. I'm working on a special episode. And I promise it will be worth it. It's gonna be pretty cool. I've been experimenting with turning 2D art into 3D sort of scenes. So I'm making a special episode for next weekend for House Torres, which will be almost all, it'll be like around 10 minutes long, and it's all just the backstory of Simon Torres, who, for those who haven't watched VODs, I won't say anything. But anyway, for Simon Torres, it's a whole episode just about him, and I've been working on some really cool stuff, so yeah. I think it's gonna come out pretty good. I can show y'all a quick preview, actually, of stuff I've been working on. Showed on my Discord yesterday night. These are very time consuming, but I'm getting quicker with them. I think I can start incorporating them into most of the videos, actually. It is definitely doable now. I understand how it works, and I've gotten a little quicker with them. 1 second here. Actually, why am I doing that? I can just do it this way. Hold on. Is like opening screens of War Thunder? No, nothing like that. Jesus Christ. The time that would take, acknowledged. No. No. Everything I do is just like the best I can make out of the situation. Where is it? Here we go. All right, very quickly. Yeah, just essentially, because like what I've been doing for a while now on a lot of my videos is like I'll have static images I use, AI art or otherwise, and I use it to like set the scenes right. But I was thinking, like, you know, one of the reasons I really love the Vic 3 event so much right now is because, like, it's an animated scene that's just a lot more interesting, and it's like, you know, ambiance and sound effects. So for a lot of the scenes I want to start doing in regular videos, and then in the standalone is kind of like me practicing and showing it off and really getting better at it, is I want to just make it more interesting and more alive. There's a lot of things I'm like basically testing for the next grand campaign, which is the one I've talked about I'm putting a lot of effort into, and I want to get better with doing these sorts of things. It just, I think it's a lot more interesting, and it sets the scene a lot better, right? I have another one too I can show you really quickly. That one came out pretty solid. Where's the other one? And there was this one. This one I didn't like as much, but it's kind of a lot of testing and stuff like that. Generally that makes videos more interesting. Anyway, it's been a very long project I haven't done this weekend. It's 10 minutes straight of basically just these. And Jesus Christ, they are time consuming. But it's been really nice for kind of getting some practice. But it doesn't even have to be that art style. I'm doing that art style because obviously Simone was like, you know, grew up in Japan, so I thought the art style fit it. But you can do that with really any art style like that, just kind of make things more interesting. So I'm really happy with how those have been coming out. There's like a fuck ton more I've made too. Budget revisions. We need to revise our budget to see what can be done to prioritize and what we do not need to prioritize. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Just put that in the chat GPT and make it better. Holy fuck. HOI4 focuses are funny because there's such a line between like a whole, you know, leave it. Probably not form of government, that's fine. There's a fine line between essays, right, in every focus, and then just like a sentence that means nothing. The second one looks like a GTA 4 loading screen. Yeah, kind of similar animation style. I wonder if you're ever gonna get any angry comments over your usage of AI stuff. Could be. I really don't give a shit. Dude, if I had the money to like commission full-blown art, like, you know, from people for these videos, I'd do it in a second, but I don't. My budget per episode is probably like $10 because I do pay for some stuff. I do pay for tools and stuff like that I used to make videos. It does add up, so there is definitely a cost for each one of them, but I don't have enough to really put money down on art and things like that. Is my GPU dying? It's possible. It's been acting weird lately. I hope not. Fuck. Unchill beats the clock of the jungle. Fuck. Yeah. It's not hard to do, Orion. Yeah, look up like parallax tutorial. It's in that niche, in that genre of kind of editing style. Mine aren't amazing, but they're good enough that it'll be interesting. I can improve at them. All right, we actually have enough civs now. We can start to work on some other things here too. We're maxed out. We actually went over. That shouldn't be possible, but sure. Keep working on civs then. Nine. We're gonna want Ankara region then. Max out civs on both these, and we should at that point be able to work on everything else. Yep. Start lowering the deficit again. And I could lower the corporate tax rate here and just... You still get driver updates. Yes, I do. Not producing any tanks yet, USA. I'm not really working on our military tech until I get our economy really rolling. That's how I always like to play Millennium Dawn. The early game is always just like research speed, getting the economy on track, getting a lot of civs, and then I'll do a hard pivot into military tech. And, you know, designing... For us, we're going to be designing... I'm going to be doing some testing on designing APCs, IFVs. I think that's in the version I have. And then planes as well. We're going to be doing that too. So, plane designers in this. You could do it in Blender. It'd be way more work. Orion, I watched some tutorials and tried to learn a bit of Blender and stuff, and then I realized it's just such an in-depth kind of tool set. It's just not worth the time, for me at least, learning it. Blender's amazing. The things you can do with it are incredible. But, oh god, the time for anything you want to do is insane. So I take shortcuts like, you know, what I just showed you. Investment. So we failed to form a government. We're going to have an illegitimate government in power. That's fine. I just want to hold on to what we've got for a while until our economy is in good state here, generally, because we have high stability for what we've got right now. Negative PP, yeah, we failed to form a government, so we took a huge hit there. As I said, it's fine. Part of the plan. Part of the plan. Trust the process, folks. All right, I do want to up healthcare spending, so we'll go on that. Prioritize healthcare. Obviously, people are going to get sick. We will need to prioritize healthcare spending to help those that are in need of it get out of dire situations without having to bankrupt themselves. Sounds logical. Blender has video editing. Oh, it 100% does. It's just, you know, you set up whole 3D scenes to shoot, right? Rather than something like Parallax, where you're able to do it in something like Premiere even, or especially After Effects. Much less time consuming. Much easier to kind of work around things. Blender being free is really cool though, yeah. Assets aren't. Do you think it's good that I quit HOI4? Probably. If you're showering as well, you're probably on the right track. Games are always good to come back to. Let's upgrade our laboratory equipment and we'll get another research slot too. Wow, we're really rolling now. Because our GDP per capita went over 30K. I think our next big research slot we get from straight GDP is going to be, I think, 5 billion? No, 2 billion. Wow, okay. We're about to have a lot of research slots. We can really start to rush. I might start on some air and then armor tech now as well. You become disgruntled with Adobe. I don't blame you, but the features they offer are fantastic. I love using After Effects and the things you can do with it. The problem is it's just so time consuming. I don't really do it too much because I do try and get videos out once a week right now, and I just can't take the time to do high quality edits with that time frame, sadly. Next Grand Campaign series I will though. I don't really want to start on investing or an influence quite yet. You probably want to start producing some more fuel as well. I want to get us, I think, up to probably around 80 civs, and then I'll start to work on other things. 80 civs is solid. That's a good base. We can build off of that. See you around, COD. I will catch you later, man. I hope you get better enough for that wrestling match and you win. Best of luck for you. No bailout for Iraq. Absolutely not. Saddam. Who would have expected that Iraq has gotten themselves into a giant debt pitfall? Absolutely shocking. Chubatak Mam is a domestically ran research center, and we will need to utilize them to find cheap but effective new solutions for our people's health and well-being. Oh, nice. Oh, it's going to cut our spending costs. That is really nice. What's up, Kala? How are you doing? Still got a surplus. I always feel like there's more things I should be doing in early Millennium Dawn, but it really comes down to just being consistent with the right things. Set the stage going forward. HOI4's playstyle is so different than the other Paradox games. Because its time frame, even Millennium Dawn, is so small, it's all about the early build-up and doing the early build-up right, which is very unexciting. And then if you build right, it makes the ending very crazy part winnable. Just whole lot of like just very relaxed development, and then a lot of craziness, which will be almost entirely decided as to whether you did the early game properly. Comp HOI4 games underline that so clearly. Kind of like Comp League of Legends. Like if you do the early game right, the late game is very easy. HOI4, and especially Comp HOI4, is very like that. Oh no, thinking MCU, MD event chains. Be funny. I mean, Millennium Dawn does have some meme stuff, right? For example, the Liechtenstein focus tree. Where is it? Where's Switzerland? There you are. It's my geography. There you are. I don't think I turned it on. Let's see if I did. The Liechtenstein focus tree is a fucking meme. Now, I didn't turn on the meme part where you form the HRE. They're adding a San Marino tree too. I haven't seen it. I assume it's going to be a meme tree as well. I don't think no, I don't have it on this version, but San Marino is getting a tree. Fiji has a tree of all countries. Where are you? She has a giant tree. It's a really big tree, dude. As I've said before, it's basically Tommy K's wet dream, except it's not European enough. You can form like a technocratic monarchy of all things. And Singapore has a really good one too. Singapore's is warranted, at least, right? Because it's a really important, influential city in Asia for a lot of reasons. They have a good focus tree, well deserved for a microstate. But some of the other ones, I don't know. I think I'd rather take like an Egypt tree or, you know, there's a lot of other countries. Vatican should have one where you can restore the papal states. They do. It's a sub mod made by one of the developers for Millennium Dawn. I don't know if he's still updating it. Let me look. There is a mod that gives the papal states like a whole fucking meme tree. It's such a meme though. Like you can like convert to Islam and become a couple of Islam and shit. It's so fucking memey. Papal states, Millennium Dawn. I don't know if he's still updating it. Let me see. Here we go. Rise of the Vatican. Yeah, fucking bird. Yeah. I'll link it really quickly. UK is getting an updated tree somewhat soon, Cheese. Yeah, it's so you this if you add this on, the papal states gets a tree. You can like go crusading, restore the Roman Empire, and go like Christian Rome, or you can convert to Islam as the Pope and then form a caliphate. It's such a meme, but it is fun. I played through it before. It's not official, so it's not part of the mod, but one of the DMD devs did make it. So. I don't think I've ever streamed it. I don't know if I will. I guess why I like watching you, I don't have a heavy interest in MD and HOI4 generally. I get that. It's weird. You know, I was looking at the statistics of my YouTube the last couple of weeks. Statistically, almost all my subscribers and all the people who watch me like only care about HOI4 and Millennium Dawn. But then there's like a whole group of people who also really like the grand campaigns, the more roleplay style. It's funny. Paradox gamers are like that though. People who play Paradox games, they tend to like really like one or two games and they don't like the other ones. So it's kind of strange. But I like all of them personally. Like I kind of will switch around, which I do quite often, just kind of as the mood takes me. There's streamers who I know force themselves to just play the same game over and over again because it's like what all their people want. Tommy K, right? He kind of plays HOI4 more than I think he wants to because it's really what most of the people watching him want to. I'm never gonna do that. The simple reason I'll just burn out and not stream anymore. I can't do that shit. So, you know, I will jump around for what I'll do. Millennium Dawn, I really do enjoy. I go kind of in and out of enjoying it a lot. It really just depends on like how interesting the new content is typically. Because I played so much of it at this point. I played most of the focus trees really. Think of the most fun AU mods you can make? What do you mean? Oh, just like what you could do of it, yeah. CK3, HOI4, and Stellaris. That's a good mix. For me these days, it's probably CK3, HOI4, and Vic 3. I objectively like Stellaris, but like, I don't know. I just prefer usually other games over it typically. Brandon Conquer mod. Red alert? Okay, almost there. The military will be quite crucial in keeping our economy afloat, as hopefully they won't try and coup us out of power. Yeah, all the work would be for nothing if we get a junta here, which we kind of are going to. When the right wing wins, I think we get a junta before we bring back the House of Osman. Let me look. I remember right. No, it actually will remove. Oh, wow. Remove the military. The military will try to coup us out of power if we go with the monarchy. Okay. We'll actually have to fight them. That's interesting. Yeah, CK3 is a lot of fun. It does get a little repetitive, though. Even with mods, the events, the core design of them is so, I think... What I would love to see CK3 change, and especially for CK4 in like a decade, is just more dynamic, long-term, interesting events that aren't the same. Because for me, I've played so much CK3 at this point, you see these same events over and over again, and it's not like there's many different outcomes. It's just the same shit over and over again. With enough mods on, it can get a little like easier to disguise, but that does become an issue when you play enough of it. That's why I really wish they'll do more dynamic things. I mean, Paradox Interactive has talked about incorporating AI features for things like that in the future to kind of, I think, make their games more varied. I think CK3 utilizing, like, you know, obviously some of the AI features for like language models coming out, probably by the time we will get like a CK4 right, could be really interesting and solve that issue, which is you never get the same things over and over again. There is a mod that's trying to do that. Let me find the name of it. I'm in their Discord. I think he's kind of hit a brick wall of it because it's really tough to do. Yeah, it's called GPT Kings. Let me share this really quickly. This is really cool, but don't expect it anytime soon. It's called GPT Kings. It's a mod that essentially is going to try and incorporate ChatGPT and conversations between characters in CK3 and you. So essentially, you'd be able, as you can see here, to have whole conversations with any character in the game, which I would love to see in CK4. I don't know how doable it would do. Originally, what this guy wants to do actually is incorporate like the character traits into what the AI model would be using and have it affect the game in terms of opinion. So you could have a full conversation with a character, right? Like the Kaiser, for example, is this vassal. And if you piss him off, it will change his relation of you in the game. That's how it originally kind of proposed. I think it's in the trailer. Oh, it's incredibly ambitious, incredibly. And he's kind of admitted that now. I've kept an eye on it. And he's explicitly said, guys, this is a lot harder than I thought it would be. This will be rough. I think it shows it here, actually. Is this the one, or was it a screenshot he did? He might have removed it, actually, if anything. But his original proposal was such that, like, again, if you insult the Kaiser or the conversation goes badly, it would hurt your opinions with him. It would allow you to play out just really dynamic interactions with characters in CK3. If he ever achieves it, even to a minor degree, it would be incredible. And much like Crusader, I think Wars has kind of been, this would be a game changer for strategy games and for RPGs in general. A lot of different RPG groups are working on similar things, but if this could be incorporated into CK3, I'm sure Paradox would jump right on this. They'd give him no credit and build it themselves and sell it to us, right? But it'd be amazing. I don't know if he'll pull it off, though. His recent messages on it have been like, I don't know, guys. I don't know how much of this I can really do. So, because he's working by himself, I think. If Paradox gave him a team and put money into this, I think they could pull it off to a limited degree, but for him, I don't know. It'll be rough. It's a big undertaking. Okay, we've done a lot of the regular techs I wanted, so let's start to work on military techs. First thing I want is to get our aircraft modernized so we can make modern aircraft. Let me see. Turkish aerospace. I hope Paradox starts focusing more on CK3 and Vic3 because I feel those are lacking content. I agree, they've got teams on them, COG, but not enough. Didn't CK3 just recently get even more people cut from their dev team? I read that. I could see how the MCU mod could be interesting in the political landscape. Genosa, Latveria, and Wakanda. That would be a fun submod for Millennium Dawn. Superhero units. Oh boy, that would get pretty memey pretty quick. It'd be an $80 DLC. It'd be a new game, that's what it would be. They do it for CK4, which is what they should do. But can you imagine how cool that would be? Because for me, I think the big limitation for CK3, all Paradox games are built around like long-term like fun, right? They're supposed to be so replayable. That's the point. They can go 100 different ways, and they do. But if you can incorporate like AI language models with like actual impacts on the games to characters in CK3, or even like Vic3, right? That'd be doable, or Stellaris. It would make those games so infinitely like replayable. I mean, that's a whole different ballgame. Beautiful. SAM sites or infrastructure? SAM sites are actually... I'm not role-playing, so I won't do that. Because SAM sites are used for missile launches, which the AI doesn't do. The Ministry of Defense has been asking us to open up more military industries, and today we will be granting them exactly that. Infrastructure. And then we're going to get to the final portion of the economic tree, which is the really busted part. Technocratic Ottoman Empire. Namor and Atlantis. You'd have to make them so overpowered, though, if you want to do that right. I'm also going to take out a bit of a loan because I want us to start upgrading the agency. All upgrades cost 10 billion, so it is a little pricey. We'll do counter intel for now. We're grinding the levels on our agent in Northern Cyprus, where they don't have agents to capture us. I know they are not the same developer company, but CS, 2 devs just released an unfinished game, so I don't trust Paradox at all with projects like that. Oh, City Skyline 2. Yeah. I really wish that narrative would change. You should not blame the devs for these things. It's not like, you know, so little of the blame I think should be put on dev teams in many ways when they're owned by like corporations, right? Especially publicly traded ones. It's like when Cyberpunk was the same way to me. When Cyberpunk 2077 released, everyone got angry at the dev team. Everyone got angry at the designers and the people who were making it. When it wasn't them who made the call. Those guys don't get to make the call on these early botched releases. That is not on them. I could say with almost 100% certainty, they were advising against it and probably getting very angry. It is the corporate element of these companies who make these calls. It's not the dev teams who decide this shit. Even I'd say probably the lead devs of these games have very little say in when the game really gets released. They would advise on it, but it will be the corporate elements of these companies who really dictate that. So it's important to be angry at the right people, I think. That's why I was so upset with the whole with the whole Victoria 3 kind of lashback, right? And people like Spudgun and even Lambert to a lesser degree, he was a little bit better about it, is they hit on the dev teams really, really aggressively and cruelly. And it's like, Jesus Christ, do you people just not understand how these companies work? I know we're like a lot of folks are Paradox gamers, and I guess, you know, their worldview can be limited, but like, Jesus fuck, you do understand it's not them who makes that call, right? Same sort of thing. I hate that narrative. It's so sad. Because like, can you imagine putting your heart and soul into something you love, already knowing it's kind of going to get abused by a corporation who doesn't really give a shit? And then, like, you're trying to develop the game, you're probably working long hours to try and get the release to be, you know, semi-functional when you've got some guy above you who doesn't like video games and just loves to drink fine wine, right? Telling you, like, you know, this is the release date, it's got to be done. Can you imagine how stressful that would be? And then after, all the people who play it get upset and blame you. Can you imagine how shitty that would be? And that's what a lot of these devs, I think, go through, which is horrible, man. Fuck. Because, I mean, a lot of people who play these games just don't have that perspective, or they choose to ignore it, which is sad. Anger for botched releases is very warranted, but it should be focused on the right people. And it rarely is, sadly. The devs get told when a game is going to be released and it needs to be playable by then. Dev version achieved or not. Exactly. Yeah, it's not on them. For them, I'm sure it's just as horrible, if not more so. I mean, they made it. It's really their game, right? It's their creation. And to have the legacy of it tarnished. Can you imagine being like a Cyberpunk 2077 dev? Like the shittiness of that whole situation. They made a beautiful game, but its legacy is forever going to be tarnished by, you know, the release, which they get blamed for, and it wasn't really them. So sad. Same with Vic 3. Same with City Skylines. Tibetech Sage is our nation's defense industry's research and development institute. If we want our military technology to be up to date, we're going to have to give them some extra facilities. We get 2 mils for that. Nice. Currently we have 21, which is not bad. Huge stockpiles of a lot of old equipment right now. A small arms are from 1975. If I blame the devs, I wouldn't trust Paradox. Distrust Paradox. All dev problems, especially of games of these scopes, are entirely on a managerial and business side. Yep. Same reason all the anger towards like Creative Assembly right now. It's all warranted. Creative Assembly's like lashback, thankfully, has been a little bit better in terms of targeting the right people, which is the company. Like Total War Games, right? There's a lot of anger. That thankfully is being directed at the company and not at the devs, which is nice. Paradox games, that doesn't tend to happen. It's always at the devs. Like the shit Wiz got, you know, with Vic 3 and then the other guy, I forget his name. Like the actual lead dev, that both of them got hit so hard. It's like, Jesus fuck, people, come on. So tiring to see that. Anyway. If the guns can shoot, they're fine. You know, I hear you. Statistics would disagree with you. Let's take a quick look at that. Fuck me. All right, hold on 1 second. I'm calling you out on this one, Gray. Incorrect. Incorrect. Look at those statistical differences. The stats for a 2005 rifle compared to a 75 rifle are almost double in everything. Over double in almost everything, right? Huge. Most people in base HOI4 and in Millennium Dawn and all the mods, but especially in even base game, it's not understood how big of a deal better infantry equipment is, right? Like, there's a lot of people I played with in multiplayer games, especially on the casual side, who won't upgrade their infantry equipment, and then they never understand why my units just decimated them back in the day. They'd be like, are you cheating? How are you beating me? Are there Space Marines? No, you just didn't get infantry, like, equipment leveled up. Fuck. And most of your units are going to be infantry, so, yeah. No, it's important. Gotta upgrade those guns. I say while not upgrading my guns, but still, you know. You'll be rescinding your comment. I'm glad. Not to call you out aggressively, but I am going to call you out aggressively on that. Upgrade your infantry equipment, it's important. We got an economic boom, lovely. Oh yeah. What's up, Linus? I think that's Linus, isn't it? Maybe there's other femboys. People with a femboy name, but I assume that's Linus. It is you. How are you doing? What's up? We're going Ottoman Turkey. I'm taking the slow route to actually build the economy so we don't get steamrolled after like 8 hours. I used to try and rush in Millennium Dawn, and then I realized if you're gonna put like 8 hours plus into a session and you don't develop your economy right at the start and you get to war and you get steamrolled, it's not worth it. Gotta put that time in. Yeah, Linus has changed his name on Twitch. I think I still have the clip from your speech, too. The bananas on the pizza. I think I still have that. For way back in the day. First started streaming. Yeah, I miss those old games, the casual ones. Okay. I'm going to listen to my own advice and actually make better infantry equipment. Gray, remind me to name like the modern infantry equipment model after you. I'll name it the Gray line. As an apology for calling you out. Which is rude. Early AI robotics, even more research speed. Doing pretty good here. Oh yeah. Ah, shit. Kurds are getting uppity. Yeah, not too badly. Throw rocks at their head. What was that? There was a game where you did that. It was so fun. Did any of y'all ever play Far Cry Primal back in the day? Such a good game. The weirdest direction for the Far Cry series to go. But Far Cry made like an early human civilization game. It was so fun. I think it was Far Cry Primal, right? Was what it was called. Dude, I love that game. Played the hell out of it. Years after it came out too. I remember all the marketing and stuff for it because it was when oh man, I was 19 when it came out. I remember because I took a trip to Europe on my after my first year of college with a buddy. And we were in the Netherlands. It was the weirdest night, man. So strange. We'd smoked obviously a fuck ton of weed because we were in Amsterdam, and we were going to like this like party in the woods that we'd found out about and we couldn't find it. It was in like one of these giant parks in the Netherlands in Amsterdam, and we got completely lost trying to get there. And I remember it was like 1 a.m. or something. And we come to like this corner of the street, and like at this intersection there's this giant like, you know, billboard, right? And it was Far Cry Primal, you know, because the game was about to come out. It was cool as fuck. There was like a giant fucking woolly mammoth on it and shit like that. And I was like, that's cool as fuck. I want to play that game. Just weird. But it was a very memorable night and I remember it because of that. But I didn't play the game until years later and it was a really good game. That setting and that time period is so cool. Kind of just get to do whatever you want with it, really. Recent policies from our current ruling coalition has become woefully unpopular of our military. They're citing that we are doing everything we can to weaken our national security. Well, we're gonna have to get rid of them soon anyway, so we're gonna reject it. Tell them to fuck off. Oh. Buffering. It's not good. There were bows, clubs, slingshots, and spears as weapon. Yeah, it was fun. But like the gameplay for it felt really nice. Spear throwing was so fun in that game. Games a New York style mod that's collapsed into the boroughs of New York and your tech trees of small arms starting with knives and rifles and cannons. Orion, you'd probably like another mod then. There's a Metro mod where you play out in like the underground of a post-apocalyptic Russia. It's like the Metro mod, I forget the full name of it. Similar to that style, it's very fun. Does someone make like a GTA San Andreas HOI4 mod too or something? I think so. What's up, Dubai? How are you doing, man? Been a long time. No, we're not. We're going for a monarchy, Gray. We actually have to fight the military to get the House of Osman back in power. You can ride mammoths? Could you? I don't remember. I haven't been able to. No, it's the 1.9 update from Millennium Dawn Dubai. So this is the official treat that's going to be added. We will issue research grants on our scientists and students to find new solutions to everyday life. This way, we'll be able to modernize faster than ever before, and it will let us expand our technological capacities. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now we do need to start getting our production efficiencies. Because I am going to start modern military production very shortly. I've been pretty good, Dubai. Good old man, it's been months on months on months. I've been pretty good. Been an interesting last year, but I've been pretty good. How about you, dude? What has been up with you?
Peaceful protest in Tottenham on Saturday over the fatal shooting of a man by police in London last week that have since spread to other major cities.
You're one person I can say this and you'll understand my intense enjoyment. Dubai, I know you like the NBA. Dude, I've been a Kings fan since I was really young. Oh my god. I can actually watch the NBA again this year. You'll actually understand what I mean by that. Oh, it's so nice. Not having to hate your team. It's been a long time. It's been literally forever. Fuck. Just college, honestly, and a ton of HOI4. Hell yeah, man. How's college been going for you? The hunters are out in force on this gloomy day. Wait, what's going on? You mean like actual hunters near where you live, Gray? You must be like rural America then. That's what I'm hearing. The video of riding a woolly mammoth. So you could in that game. I don't remember that. I just mainly remember throwing spears at people. Oh shit, yeah. You kid ride them. I don't remember that part. That's sick as fuck. Dude, the spear throwing animation is what I remember the most. There's something very primal about invading another tribe's village and just throwing spears at them. Top tier experience. Made me briefly wish I lived in that era before I remembered that I wouldn't have access to a dentist. So, you know, that kind of changed my perspective. Dentistry is really nice. It really is. It's so nice. All right, I need another playlist. Play a bit of this. Yeah, you're lucky. The Knicks are trash. Yeah, they're pretty bad. I'm gonna lie. Pretty bad. You know when Julius Randle's your star, something's wrong. We are laughing the stock of New York sports besides the Jets. Yeah, Knicks have had a hard time for a long time. Well, I would say we'll suffer together, but unfortunately, apparently the Kings aren't bad now. So that's nice. Soda and dentistry going hand in hand. Endo soda. There's a lot of good features of modern life. Soda is not at the top for me, but it is nice. Root beer is pretty fucking good. Unless you're European and you don't like your root beer. Now I'd really love craft root beer. That sounds lovely. Might go get some later. No bailout for Syria. Absolutely not. I'm going to go ahead and do more upgrades because we've actually got some money. We're so in debt. I'm going to max out counter intel and then go down counterinsurgency, I think. Nothing beats having cold root beer while stretching out on the couch watching a good show. Good taste. Very good taste. It's the dev version, Dubai. This is not the final version for 1.9, but it is semi-close. The big new thing they're adding is an energy system. So all your buildings will require energy to maintain. You can either meet that either by importing fuel to maintain it or building more energy producing power plants or things like that, which is really a big deal. If you don't have enough, your economy collapses. So for us, right, like right now we have such a deficit of energy. If we piss off NATO and go to war, we won't be able to function because we need to produce our own like energy. Energy independence will matter so much now and how you kind of develop that. For us, I think I'm going to do it through nuclear reactors primarily. We'll see. Speaking of the devil. Electronic research, get those computing bonuses, which will allow us to go down the AI tree a little bit quicker. That's a good update. You see, India's getting a huge tree, Russia's getting a huge tree. There's a few reworked trees as well. USA is getting their big update now as well, the full one, I think. Holy fuck, we have a lot of political power. Let's go. I'm gonna go into a little bit of a deficit so we get access to more of our... How the fuck isn't it going down? What? I see. Okay. Interesting. If changed how that's worked. Okay. That's important. How can you get it then? Wow, that's much less abusable now. Interesting. Yeah, it's much harder to get rid of your tax costs now, I think. Kind of like that. Oh god, that means building your economy is even slower now, though. Holy shit. Okay. Wow. It's okay, I can just play as China and spam them. That's true. I can't play a normal HOI4 to save my life, but I managed to beat Russia as Chechnya. You actually won? Did you use cheats or did you actually win at Copperhead? No way, dude. I've tried so many times and I've never gotten away with it. I've never done it. Did you use any, was it multiplayer? Did you use cheats? Did you use anything? Or did you actually win it? Is there a way? Dude, I've tried to do that so many times. Oh, you got a ceasefire, okay. So you didn't like beat them. I got you. Okay. Probably with their focus tree then. Ah. Yeah, I've tried quite a few times to try and survive. It's impossible. One time back in the day, I did win as ISIS. When there was still like the modern day, like the 2016 start. I started as ISIS and it was so hard back in the day, a couple years ago. I did manage to actually win and beat everyone. It was so hard, dude, but I didn't do that once. Dubai, you actually may have been here for that. I don't remember. I know Dolphin was. So weird how I used to Millennium Dawn. If I play OG HOI4, I will suck for a while, but some YouTubers think MD is rocket science. It's like a whole different game though. That's the thing, right? I'm the same way. I get into the Millennium Dawn mindset, and I go back to HOI4, and it's like you almost have to relearn the game because it's the same game, but you think it's, You got to do like a big 180 in your brain to kind of get adjusted. It's not easy. No. It's a single player. Just a heads up on that, guys. I won't be a multiplayer for a long time. I don't know if I will probably go back to it someday, but I know I did like a poll recently for rejoining like Millennium Dawn multiplayer and stuff like that, but I will not be an MP for probably a long while. Just heads up. It'll be single player from here on out. I'm gonna probably, I think, all in really moving forward on just like the grand campaigns and the editing for them. So that'll be the main focus of streams and YouTube for a while here, besides tutorials on YouTube when I have the time for it. So heads up. ISIS is actually starting so hard to play as. Yeah, no, I dude, every time I say that word, I'm just like, fuck. Oh boy. But yeah, they were hard, man. The way I ended up like finally figuring out how to do it was you had to spam a bunch of one-width divisions to hold your line, and then you had to rush a couple encirclements in the north. And if you played the encirclements right well enough, almost like a puzzle basically, there was a way to just kill enough of the enemy's troops. Because you were surrounded when you played ISIS besides Turkey, so you had basically no like way to get your back to the wall. When all your divisions are getting basically hit and stuck, you can't maneuver, right? So like the way to do it, I think if I remember right, is you had to like rush fighting like the northeastern country, and if you could capitulate them, you'd have a back line and you could negotiate from there. But dude, I don't know how many playthroughs it took. It took a lot. It was rough. Yeah, there's a World of Warcraft mod too. I think there's even a Game of Thrones mod for HOI4. It's wild. Anything you can think of, really. There we go. That's better. We're gonna go much quicker now. Next thing I'd really like to do is lower our oil imports, but there's really no way around that. There is a Femboy mod, I've seen that too. Iran's focus tree is the only tree I can never fully complete. I swear it's one of the most fun countries in MD. Have you played like their additions to it now too? Like the new political elements of the focus tree? It is monstrously huge now. They've got all their new political paths as well. Wild. India's, I think, is the biggest now. If I remember right. Remember when you were terrified of them and they thought they were going to be the next Al Qaeda and they fizzled out? Yeah, they fizzled out though because like the world really hit them hard, right? Like, you know, that was the international community really worked well together to actually get that dealt with. All things considered. Not the best response, but for the world community, we dealt with that better than we deal with most things. Just because I think everyone was so terrified and every country's news media was constantly filled with it, so the governments actually had to do something, which was nice. Very nice. And a lot of total conversions. Imagine Victoria 2 and Victoria 3 pops with Millennium Dawn. True. I mean, they're adding unemployment. That's a new feature too. I don't think it works quite correctly from what I've seen so far, but they are adding that. When I finish writing my fantasy novel, I'm going to hire someone to make a HOI4 mod for marketing. That'd be pretty sick. Introduction of a new lira. Recently, major changes to the lira have been brought about. The Grand National Assembly, I think it's National Assembly, had voted for the removal of 6 zeros from the lira. This means 1 lira of the new currency is equivalent to 1 million lira of the old version. However, some are doubtful of this new change, and they are arguing that it could do more harm than good for the nation. I want that stability, so we're going to stick with the old system. Yeah, Equestria at War. I do need to do a playthrough of Equestria at War sometime. It is a solid mod. Really not bad. We're almost at the fun stuff. I'm not going to do asteroid mining. I'll wait for all this until after we go Ottoman. We're going to go down to the space and then we'll stop there. Actually, no, I'm going to hold off on this too. We want to use our nuclear reactors later and there's no benefit going past here at the moment. So we'll wait on that. It is time for the fun stuff. Utilize nationalism. We will utilize nationalism to our advantage. This way the enemy will know that the Turkish people won't sit back idly for times of war. This will give us daily national support. So this is going to start us down the Ottoman path. Yeah, you get asteroid mining as Turkey. A lot of new focus trees have asteroid mining paths. Iran has it, Russia has it, India has it, America has it, they all do. What's up, Zane? I thought you will play the day after your first day of playing with Turkey, as it was a 100-year anniversary of the Turkish Republic. No, I did not plan to, Zane. My streaming times are pretty inconsistent. Going forward, it'll probably only be on Saturday mornings, folks. With my new job starting, I'll be streaming 1 day a week. It'll be on Saturdays around this time. But no, I didn't continue on it. The Cold War mod is interesting. It's a really good mod. It's just so complex. They don't have good tutorials for it. I did promise their team I'd make a tutorial, and I never did it back in the day, which I really should do. I'm gonna follow Der Fuchs. Just for me, that mod, I lost interest in it primarily due to like how streamlined their focus trees are. When I played it last, which was a year and a half ago, and I know it's changed a lot and it's gotten better, but it felt to me too much like sometimes what Kaiserreich feels like, but especially like what's that Nazi mod? The New Order, where it's like you're playing a visual novel less than like kind of choosing your own path, which I didn't love. But I know they've changed it to be better, so it's a really good mod though. Really looking forward to seeing the user-made nations for Stellaris and the dynasties for the next grand campaign. They're pretty cool. I've read through both. They're really interesting. There were a couple incredible ones for Stellaris, I have to say. Like, mind-blowingly detailed and well-made. Cool. I'll look at that. Actual quick economic growth here. When these are done, we're going to switch to working on a few more dockyards, a few more office complexes. We're going to get energy independence so we don't have to rely on other countries. And then we're going to just fully militarize. I'll be building mills probably for the rest of the game. Grab GMOs. We got a research speed bonus on that, and that will increase our productivity speed growth, which we really want. Productivity is a huge feature. If you play Millennium Dawn post 1.9, you really got to pay attention to this and work on it, because it gives you huge bonuses and huge hits if you don't have it pretty high. So really pay attention to that. You don't have any brain space to do Stellaris Nations? That's fair. I think they're planning on trying to add it. The international markets does not currently work for Millennium Dawn, and it's not going to be in 1.9. I'm sure they're going to work on it. Hearing Kaiserreich just unlocked an insane and cringe memory of mine. What's that? Kaiserreich is solid. Kaiser Redux has some very cringe shit in it, not gonna lie. Some very Tino-esque themes in there. Your friends really dislike Kaiserreich. Really? How come? It's a really well-made mod, all things considered, I think. Very well made. Kaiser Redux takes 20 minutes to load and it's pretty good. Yeah. There's a lot in it. It's got some fucking cringe shit in there, dude. Wait on that. We can't go right wing yet, though, so we gotta focus on something else in the meanwhile. Let's deal with the Mafia. The Mafia have been causing us problems for quite some time now, and it's best if we start slowly getting rid of their influence from our nation if we want true stability. But a 56 is solid. I just find it kind of boring. If I want to play vanilla, though, that's definitely the way to go. You hate dealing with economics? They're a little bit more easy to save now, Dubai. Their new focus tree is incredible, too. I'd really recommend a playthrough after 1.9, but I get that. It is a lot of, like, just trying to stabilize your economy in the early game, frankly. Their new tree is just so well made, though. Way better than the old one by so much. Just incredible. Back before I was working on my actual fantasy novel, I'd write a lot of fan fiction. I started writing an RWBY Kaiserreich crossover fan fiction. Isn't RBY an anime? Hold on, let me look that up. I think that's an anime, right? Isn't it? Or am I mistaken? American anime influenced 3D computer animated web series. Yeah, okay, it is. Close enough. That's something. That's pretty wild. I mean, if you had fun with it, who cares? But, damn. Very specific. There is a Mafia path, yes. I'll show you. There's a spicy option for the Mafia. So you can embrace the mafia and become the Anatolian Syndicate. This is kind of a meme path. You'll literally become like a criminal country. You can work with the Grey Wolves, work with the Italian mafia, and get a bunch of global missions to start basically like corrupting all countries around the world. If you want a really fun meme path, it's definitely there. Yeah. These upgrades later. You might finish it one day. Oh yeah, man. How far did you get on it? You need a Narcos tree for Mexico and Colombia? That would be sick. Yeah, I'd love to see a Mexico focus tree. That's not a meme path? To that level, it is. I mean, the mafia getting total influence in the country, that's not a meme, but becoming the syndicate, you know, that's a meme. Sure, what's the fact? Copperhead. Still blows my mind that your presidents need to have a university degree to even run. I learned that last week. Crazy. Turks revere the wolf because of their mythology. Their founding father fucked one. Really? What's the story? What's the source on that? Now I'm curious. The Grey Wolves are obviously a very far-right, incredibly nationalistic party in Turkey. They're fucking scary, man. Hold on, I gotta Google that. I don't want to write that into Google though. What's the myth called? I'll look that up. I don't want to type into my my Google Turkish story of founder fucking wolf. I don't need that in my Google history. What's it called though? The Erdogan speech was pretty intense a couple days ago. I didn't hear it. What did he say, Dubai? Turkish she-wolf myth. Okay, let's look this up. We gonna get learned today. Okay, yeah, and this is a real thing. Athena is the name of a she-wolf associated with Augur's Turkic foundation myth, which were the Seljuks, I think, right? The ancestress of the Gogturks is also a she-wolf, mentioned yet unnamed in two different wolf tales. The legend of Athena tells of a young boy who survived a battle. A female wolf finds the injured child and nurses him back to health. Oh boy, yeah. The she-wolf, impregnated by the boy, escapes her enemies by crossing the Western Sea to a cave near the Ojo Mountains at a city in the Tocharians, giving birth to 10 half-wolf, half-human boys. Of these, Yizi Nishidu becomes their leader and establishes the Ashina clan, which is the founding clan that would later, I guess, you know, invade, obviously, which ruled over the Gokturk and the Turkic nomadic empires. In certain cultural narratives and this is real, what the fuck? Mythological accounts, the character Athena, with its symbolic association to a she-wolf, is denoted by a Bozkurt meaning gray wolf. Holy fuck, this is real? Jesus Christ, man. That's... The Gogturks have a wolf on their blue flag. It represents war, the spirit of war, freedom, speed, nature. According to beliefs, when something happens to the Turkish nation, when a threat arises, the wolf appears and guides them. You know, nationalism's always rooted in something like that. Something funny like that. God damn. Do the Grey Wolves have like a policy position on bestiality? What are their thoughts on bestiality? Have they taken a stance on that important issue? They gotta be pro-furry, right? There's no way that the nationalist Grey Turks of Turkey don't support the furries, right? They're probably gonna form a coalition government with them. That's fucking crazy, man. Holy fuck. Dude, I thought you were kidding. That's real. I mean, to be fair, like in a lot of early mythologies though, there's a lot of like, you know, cases of like half animal or full animal gods and goddesses procreating with humans. It's not the most uncommon thing, but still. It's kind of jarring to see that associated with someone like the Grey Wolves or something like the Grey Wolves. God damn. Whew. I mean, Zeus was always an animal when he was fucking humans. Same with like all the fucking, all the Norse gods. Oh man. Crazy. Target organized crime. Organized crime is quite common in Turkey. In fact, it is running rampant now more than ever. We're going to have to target organized crimes and criminals so they stop disrupting daily life and stop making governing so difficult. Not gonna lie, if I believed that, I'd be proud wolves are badass. I assume Islam has lessened people's belief in that kind of stuff these days. I would assume so. Kind of hard to, you know, justify both of those beliefs with that. I mean, I love wolves. Wolves are fucking cool, dude. They're such interesting animals. I was one of those kids when I was in my early teens who had like wolf posters on his wall, and I had a couple of those like, you know, really badass wolf t-shirts when I was a kid. Those are cool as fuck, and I'll die on that hill. I don't give a shit, man. You know, like the 80s and 90s like wolf like designed t-shirts? They're a little cringy, a little bit, but they're also really cool. I used to have some of those, man. Wolves are cool animals. They're so interesting. Very loyal, pack-based, very intelligent, very well organized, brutal, but they haven't actually shown like empathy towards even other animals and stuff. They're really interesting. Super cool. I always like wolves, and I always like Komodo dragons. Being able to procreate without having sex to colonize new islands and having acidic bites like a dragon, fucking sick, dude. Wolves are badass. You don't believe it, you can just think of it as a story. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, like, as I said, a lot of founding myths and a lot of founding mythologies for many religions and countries have similar themes, right? I think someone said earlier, Romulus and Remus. Obviously, a little bit different there, but raised by wolves. I mean, animals have been just so important in all forms of spirituality and mythology for almost all human groups, in one form or another. Tengri is still alive, I think, primarily in Mongolia. I'm curious. Is it still practiced at all in any regions in large amounts? Whoa. A revival of Tengriism has played a role in search for native spiritual roots from pan-Turkish ideology since the 90s, especially in Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and Mongolia, as well as parts of Russia. After the 1908 Young Turk Revolution, and especially after the proclamation of the Republic in 1923, which would be the Ottomans and then modern Turkey, a nationalist ideology of Turkmenism and Kemalism contributed to the revival of Tengriism. Islamic censorship was abolished, which allowed an objective study of pre-Islamic religion for the Turks. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Whoa! The prominent Turkish writer and historian Nahal, I'm just gonna butcher this, Nahal Atsis? I'm not even gonna try, was Tengris and the ideologue of Turnism. The followers of Tengriism in the paramilitary organization Grey Wolves, mainly inspired by his work, replaced the Arabic designation of the god Allah with the Turkish Tanri. It's really interesting. Holy shit. I didn't pause the game, fuck. Got sidetracked. Wow, so there is a revival movement for it. Tengriism has very few active adherents, but its revival of the ethnic religion reached a larger audience in intellectual circles. Former presidents of Kazakhstan, I'm not going to try these. There's 2 of them, and Kyrgyzstan have called Tingrism the natural religion of the Turkish peoples. Yeah, but it's not almost practiced at all actively. I thought there was more of it still left around, but I guess not. Huh. That's fucking cool. Well, not the Grey Wolves part, but generally cool. Also, think of that, follow Muko. Use myths get wild. Anything to justify your power or superiority over others. Oh yeah, 100%. What's for? That's something. Go back. Maybe 10,000 people. More than I expected, though. There was a Swedish guy in the 17th and 18th centuries who wrote a 4-volume work that claimed the Swedes were descended from Atlantis. I mean, why not? Tingri belief has an impact on Turks becoming Muslims. Very similar beliefs. Huh. Wow. I'm gonna play as Israel and Puppet America just like IRL. Dubai! Why would you say something so controversial and so true? Yes, we'll keep working on the Mafia then. Begin arrests. Through our list of high priority criminals, it's quite small at the moment. We should at least start by arresting the current suspects that we can. We can perhaps use them to discover more of them through interrogation. Waterboarding time. Let's go. See, I think the Millennium Dom devs really need to add a mini game where you get a waterboard political prisoners for information. You know, I think that's a really important feature they need to add. When waterboarding update? Dead mod. That's how you learn it in school? Because I'm a HOI4 player. Hold on, there are terrorists in northern Cyprus? Oh shit. There's terrorist activities in Cyprus. Alright. Well, you're gonna get on the job training, buddy. You gotta find these hideouts. I would not have expected that there. Interesting. Saved up all their PP and hit the puppet button. See, many people think that government is like, you know, is a very complex thing in the modern world. But what you don't understand is that every world leader actually just has like a version of Millennium Dawn up on their computer, and that's how they run their countries. So, yeah, absolutely. 100%. It's a state secret. Track down some high value targets and then try and do some raids against them. I'm really surprised Cyprus has so much terrorism right now. Oh fuck, our party's collapsing. Trust in the ruling party is eroding rapidly. It's because nationalism, no. Democracy is still very popular actually. Trust in the ruling party is eroding rapidly. A pivotal decision that may further diminish the party's popularity is a risk of total collapse. The political authority awaits. We're gonna try and reconcile. Modern government is just geriatric kleptocracy. Some of the countries are not talked about a lot, though, like Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. Kyrgyzstan is beautiful. It's been on my list of countries I want to visit for like a decade now. I'll show you actually. Time to stare at. I never spell it right though. I wanted to take a trek, take like a trip through Central Asia for a while, but never gotten around to it. Had the chance to. Dude, their mountain range is fucking incredible. There's so much beautiful hiking up there. Kyrgyzstan has been on my list of places I want to go for a long time. It's just an incredibly beautiful country. God damn. I had a buddy I met who went there, and he could not speak highly enough of it. Wonderful, really interesting, very friendly people. Immeasurably beautiful mountains and terrain. Incredible places for hiking and trekking. What language do they speak there? I think it's I think they have like, it's just Kyrgyzstani, I think. I'm probably wrong. Let me look. Yeah, Kyrgyz, I'm saying that wrong, I'm sure. Yeah, the spoken languages are primarily Kyrgyz. They use the Cyrillic alphabet, Uzbek language, Russian language, the Dungan language, the Uyghur language, and then a few others, but primarily Kyrgyz. 77%. Oh god, I'm not touching Hamas Israel. Not touching that today. Apologies, but no. I'm not in the mood for that to take off. It will. It's a horrible situation right now. I've been reading a lot about it in the news, obviously. I think most people have, but I'm not particularly interested in starting that. Even prior to the recent situation, there's been a few times Israel-Palestine discussions have happened, and every time it just goes nowhere. People get angry. It gets toxic, so I don't want to do that, frankly. There's a really cool band from Kyrgyzstan called Darkestra. All right, let me check them out. Hold on. And I do have actually very strong opinions on that topic, so I've just found it's better to leave it alone, unfortunately. They're a really small band. How the fuck did you find these guys, Trucker Nero? We'll play one of their songs real quick. Very niche, dude. Jesus. 300 subscribers on YouTube. That's pretty niche. Black metal with pagan influences. I don't hate it so far. It's not bad. This is your kind of music, Trucker Nero. I can see that. I know you do. I don't like scream metal, though. It's not my thing. Try one other thing real quick. It's out of curiosity. The Who are my favorite kind of like step-style bands. Most of y'all probably heard them. They've been in a lot of video games and movies in recent years. Mongolian. I don't know. It's the first one I found. Trucker Nero, this is the most popular one I could find of them, so we'll see if it's any better. If IRL was a HOI4 game, people would be complaining about how small nation could hold such influence over a superpower. True. It does happen, though. Combat their influence. We need to combat the Mafia's influence to prevent our youth from being sworn in to a life of never-ending crime. Alright. Slow start. Let's see if I can skip to the good shit. 2 minutes of ocean sounds. Nice. Whack. It's just the screaming part that gets me. It almost gives Dragon Force vibes, not gonna lie. I like the guitar portions, I'm all for that. But screaming shit, that's where I start to lose interest. But the guitar portion alone is fucking badass, I will say. We're gonna form the Ottoman Empire and take historical borders, TC. After I develop the economy. more screaming. I love the guitar parts, Trucker Nero, but screaming metal, dude, I've never been into it. I just can't get into it. One of my buddies when I was really young, he loved screaming metal, dude. And he always tried to get me into it. I just could never enjoy it. Never did it for me. Grunge? Yeah. You can request songs. Make sure there's someone on theme, or just like not too out there generally. Today I'm not, this isn't a roleplay campaign, so I don't mind if there's some interesting song requests today actually, but just nothing too outlandish. Unless it's interesting or historic. I am going to put us even deeper into debt. We're going to lower that corporate tax rate as much as I can. We're just going to go on a construction spree here. Just I don't use request song lists anymore because it doesn't work properly. Just use the channel point reward for it and then post a song and play it. Do it that way. Roll Twinkle Nose. Oh, fucking Dark Tide OST is so good, dude. The Dark Tide soundtrack is so top tier. I played that game just for a while just because the soundtrack was so good. Alright. What was it? You can't rename generals or admirals. I can rename a ship for you if you'd like. That I can do, Cog. Yeah, there's some really good songs from the Dark Tide soundtrack. Holy hell, man. The game I got bored of pretty quickly, frankly, but the soundtrack, top tier. Very Warhammer 40. Turn it down a bit. Oh. After some convincing from Americans, Turkmenistan has agreed to allow the construction of a subsea oil pipeline stretching from the Turkmenbashi to Adana, Turkey. However, many in the government are skeptical, as they argue that the financial burden would ultimately fall on us, which could possibly put our economy at risk. 28 billion is nothing. We'll take that hit. You're adding gene stealers, really? That's dope. Seize Mafia assets. Now that we have several Mafia members arrested, we can safely seize their assets for investigation purposes. Nice. We'll make the Mafia weak. That will really give us some nice bonuses here. I'll rename our best new ship, the destroyer I built. We'll do that one. The Twinkle Toes. There you go. That is unfortunately the pride of the fleet. At right now. We don't have a very good fleet. I like screaming because it fits the music. It can really add to it really well, and also it's impressive that people can make their voices sound like that. It is hardcore. I mean, I know a lot of like metal, like screaming singers, like they really have to go through a lot of vocal lessons, so they just don't like literally destroy their own voice, right? I read about that. Pretty crazy. It's not like it's just, you know, guttural screaming with no purpose. Like it's very hard to do properly, but sound doesn't do it for me. If I want to hear people screaming, you know, all I gotta do is make map gore and HOI4, and then I can hear the sound of it in the force from across the universe. Ooh. The high production efficiency, almost over 100 factories. I fucking hate it when it say it takes no talent. No, it involves a lot. Fuck, we're getting protests and strikes. Unfortunate. The Nationalists should be growing pretty quick now. Yeah, they are. Oh, yes, they are. Let's start to work. And fossil fuel power plants. We'll build them up in Ankara. Central position. If we lose that, we're fucked. So we'll max those out. And then that will give us our energy independence, which will civs and make it so when we go to war, we can actually keep fighting. I'll play one other Darktide song I really like. Where is it? I think it's this one. A really good one. Is it this one? I think so. I like clean singing in my middle too, like Iron Maiden. Yeah, I really like that style a lot more. And it is this song. Up tier. There's actually a Warhammer 40k mod for HOI4 as well, from like the Unification Wars, when the Emperor had just built the first Space Marines. That was pretty good. Anyway. We need to increase our social spending and our defense spending. We can't afford that. I'll wait until after we grow the economy some more. Let's do industrial projects. I'm just gonna go full out on construction. We're gonna go into debt for this, but that's fine. We'll outscale our debt at this point is what we'll do. This works, right? Hard Rock Hallelujah. I hate having old contracts and waiting to order new pairs. I mean, contacts, yeah. I've never worn contacts. I've only worn glasses. My dad always wore contacts, and they seemed fucking inconvenient as shit taking them in and out every day. Bahrain has put the monarchy in charge. Or have they always been in charge? I think they've always been in charge, right? Bahrain? One of the monarchy states. Yeah, House of Khalifa. It just becomes a part of your life, like eating and drinking. Yeah, that's fair. I'm sure it does. One of those things you just need, really, so no choice. Almost gotten rid of the mafia, that's big. It's over 100 factories. We have, I think, over 100 because that does not count our office complexes, which we have 27. So really we're almost at like 120 factories right now. Trade agreement with the Saudis. Sure. I'm not role playing, so absolutely. It's not a death sentence falling asleep with them until you wake up and your eyes are super dry. Dude, I saw a picture one time of someone who'd like just been putting contact lenses like over the top of them like multiple times, and there were like a stack of them. That shit was terrifying. Like, I don't know how you do that, but okay, we are almost gonna go to our right-wing focus tree path, but we've got a bit of time before then. So we need to find something to do in the meanwhile. Probably military, I'd say at this point. Probably military. Oh, let's do this. Tubitak industry. We're going to expand Tubitak to include research in more industrial technology so that we can improve our economy even more. Yeah, let's definitely go down this line of research. Some broken bonuses. Old PM is live? Yes, he is. Yep, Esevit's still around. He is going to be replaced pretty soon by the House of Osman, so we're going to go pretty 180 here, but he is still around. 100%. We probably one Salafism. We're gonna walk a weird line with the Ottomans because they're not technically gonna be, I think, radical religious, but yeah, the House of Osman. Because what I want to do for this playthrough, I thought it'd be fun. To basically just bring back the Ottoman Empire and get historical borders, which will be tough because we'll have to fight NATO and probably Russia too. It'll be pretty rough. And I gotta test out a bunch of stuff I want to. Dealer's choice. No, don't throw that on me. Copper, I'll explain any part of you like for Millennium Dawn or HOI4 or anything else, but you gotta let me know. There's way too many topics I could talk about. I'll let you think on that while I go to the bathroom and get more coffee too. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. How warfare differs from normal HOI4. Oh, that's a long one. Okay. Complexity. So basically, the code for Millennium Dawn is changed in terms of how military and Navy and air work directly. So for base HOI4 and for all Paradox games, there's a list of basically defines, which basically define how the different mechanics of military and Navy work. Like all the little pieces to make up of how these mechanics function, it's listed in like basically a file in the HOI4's base game. Those have been modified for Millennium Dawn, so it is a patently different game. It's not just your equipment is going to be different. It's not just that there are more types of equipment and there's more to a division. It's also that the base defines are changed. So you're dealing with essentially a different game with the same sort of structure. What that essentially means is you have to think about it very different. So for Navy, I can talk about that very easily. Navy, you can't make death stacks. That's the huge difference. In base HOI4, you will get penalties for stacking all your ships into a giant death stack mega fleet of 400 ships. There are penalties. They're not very big, and it is always worth your while to build a death stack and to engage the enemy with a death stack. In Millennium Dawn, that is not really doable. Over a certain amount of ships, you basically will get like increasingly worse modifiers for your fleet that make it such that giant death stacks will just get fucking wiped. They'll lose to small fleets that are compact. Around 60 to 80 ships is what you want a fleet for Millennium Dawn. So your numbers matter a lot more. There are more ship types across the board for Navy, right? So, you know, we're in base game, you have, right, what do you have? Submarines, you've got destroyers, you've got your cruisers, which is one type of ship you can make light or heavy. It's the same type, it's just what type of damage they do. You got your battleships, you got your carriers. Millennium Dawn, you got corvettes, frigates, destroyers, cruisers, two types of carriers, helicopter and aircraft, two types of submarines. So it's a much larger amount of ships, essentially. And they should have battleships. Or is that a subtype? That's weird. They've changed that. And then there's like different, like the stealth models later on, right? So it's a lot different. Essentially, you can think about it this way. Corvettes and frigates are basically destroyers in base game. Corvettes and frigates are destroyers, more or less, in that they're screenline, they can do damage, but they're not built for it. They can, they're just not great at it, and they're much lower in production costs. Your destroyers and cruisers are kind of similar to basically what cruisers are in vanilla. Cruisers are a little bit closer to a battleship, a little bit closer, yeah, so you can even build battleships with them. But cruisers are kind of like right in between like a cruiser and a battleship. Battleships are in the game, I just found them, and they're obviously the same. Destroyers are more like a cruiser as well. These are better. You always want a lot of destroyers. I think right now, from what I've done in research, I don't know if it's changed, destroyers are the best ships in Millennium Dawn, and it's hard to lose when you have a lot of them. Carriers are also just way better in Millennium Dawn. In base game, carriers are very solid, and they can really do a lot in a naval battle. If you've got a modern carrier you've built in base HOI4, you build really good naval attack planes to put on top, they can make or break a fleet battle, for sure. In Millennium Dawn, they are so powerful. The planes you can put on them are just fucking busted, so they're so incredibly powerful. Attack submarines are basically like quicker and weaker, and then missile submarines do a lot of damage and they can take down ships very well. Destroyers, overall, for single player, if you're playing by yourself and you just want to have fun and you don't want to think about your Navy. By the way, I am going to be making a naval template guide for the 1.9 update for ships. Just heads up, I will do that. But if you want to take like if you don't want to sit down and learn Navy and really get into detail on your naval mechanics in Millennium Dawn, just build destroyers. Simple as that. Just build destroyers. Throw in some submarines if you'd like as well, but just make some really good destroyers. If you build enough of them and you know what you're doing and you understand the basics of naval combat, you're going to be fine. Unless you're trying to take on the US Navy. And even then, there's ways to do it still. I've done it before. Millennium Dawn gets very complex with Navy, and there's so much fun stuff you can do with it, but if you want a simple game, just build destroyers. Simple as that. But it's more complex. The other big thing is the nuclear reactors, which you obviously don't have in base game. You get insane range, you get a ton of speed, and it costs no fuel to use, especially after 1.9 will come out, right? And fuel's gonna matter so much in this game. Nuclear reactors on any ship you can put them on, and they don't go on all ships, but they go on a lot of them. So big. So big. And then there's different types of, obviously, way more different types of weapons you could put on your ships compared to base game. The best, I'm going to use best very, where is it? Here it is. I'm going to use this very weakly, but a really effective type of component to put onto your ships are going to be anti-ship missiles. Put these on you like your solid mid-tier ships, and they will really fuck up enemy fleets. It's not universal, and I know they've tweaked it since the last time I really looked at the code for it, but these are pretty safe bet, generally speaking. There's a lot of little minor changes. It's overwhelming because there's so much more to it. It's just that there's more added on. And it works a little bit differently. And the biggest mechanical difference you need to understand from base HOI4 is that you can't death stack your fleet. You just can't. Max fleet size you should have at a task force is 80 ships. I'd recommend 60. I don't know if, again, that's changed, but I'd recommend that. So really important to remember that. They're also adding a new doctrine tree for Navy in this update, but I haven't looked at it yet, so I'm not too sure. For the rest of your military, again, it's a case of there's just more options in vanilla in many ways, and you need more types of equipment to sustain your divisions. It's changed a lot in recent times due to like the armor changes and how they're reworking IFEs and APCs. I don't have it in this version, I don't think. No, I do actually. But it's almost like it overwhelms you with so many options to represent the modern world, which is really fun, but like, there are much better systems. The biggest difference from vanilla, though, I could really like underline for base military, for land-based military, is you need to understand that there are more equipment types you need. You just will need them, right? Almost all your types of units, even basic militia, right, will require things like artillery, anti-tank, anti-air. Whereas in base game, it's an addition that you add on. In this, you need it. It's important to understand that air is incredibly strong in Millennium Dawn. Incredibly. Your cast planes, dude, they will fuck you up way worse than vanilla. And that's pretty intense, right? So you have to get anti-air, and you have to put anti-air into all your divisions. You've got no choice. If you don't, you're screwed. Simple as that. Especially if you're running IFE divisions, tank divisions, anything heavy, special forces, you need a lot of anti-air on there. If you're running, like again, a mechanized or an armor unit, get anti-air, self-propelled. It's expensive as shit to produce, but it's very effective at reducing the air impact on your divisions, and you really need that for breakthrough. So do not ignore anti-air. Same with anti-tank. Armor is even more effective and important and game-breaking in Millennium Dawn, I'd argue, than vanilla if you know what you're doing. So you gotta get anti-tank as well. Those are like the really big things to underline. Whereas in base game, you can win wars and you can get around not focusing onto anti-air and anti-tank. In Millennium Dawn, that's not an option. Even with the AI, it's just not. At the very least, always build anti-air on everything. You got it. Or you're fucked. Simple as that. Air, I used to be able to talk about in real detail. I'm not going to right now because I'm still figuring it out. They've really changed the system. I'm not an expert on it either. Generally, multi-role fighters were the way to go in the past. I'd recommend to everyone because they do everything kind of well. If you play in multiplayer with a bunch of comp kids, that's a whole different issue, but I'm not even going to talk about that. It's a whole niche little thing. But for the average player just trying to have fun, medium aircraft is what you want. Medium aircraft, for sure. Something you want to specialize either into air attack and into speed or into, into CAS, right? So that's big. The other things that are really different compared to base game, just generally for your military tech, is your satellites will actually really matter too. AI will automatically build them, so you need to too. I'm making a better guide on this for 1.9. My old guide is not the best on this, but let's put it like in the most simple terms. Having a spy network gives you insane bonuses. You can see it very clearly here. So if you go to your satellite systems and you hover over, or actually you just click on them, your military satellites in particular, they give a ton of civilian bonuses I won't even get into, they're very useful. But for you, military aspects in particular, you gotta upgrade your satellite network. The way you do that is you need to go down, get to that quickly before I show these again. The simplest way to do space stuff is you have to research ICBMs to give you better rocket systems. And then you need the equivalent year for ICBMs, which will allow you to build OLVs. ICBMs are basically like booster rockets used for missiles to blow people up across the world. OLVs are basically the rockets used to put things into orbit, right? So this is commercial and this is for, economic reasons or exploration reasons. These are for military reasons. So you need to get the military tech first, and the equivalent year will allow you to get the equivalent year in OLVs. Building OLVs, I was just complicated. I'm making a better tutorial, I promise. They will allow you to put things into orbit. So you have to build the OLVs, you need to research and then build the satellites, and then you launch them into space. Right, you add the OLV here. When you build them, you add the payload, aka the satellite you would like, here, and then you launch them into orbit. And then your satellite network will get built, and that will give you bonuses. So having more modern satellites will give you more of the better options you can level these up. But again, just to underline why this is so important for military, the AI will do this. You need to too. I'll tell you why. Division speed, naval mission efficiency, positioning, naval hit chance, planning speed, division org, fleet coordination, all just huge statistics that will make or break wars. Planning, max planning factor, recon, spotting chance. So many of these mechanics are huge in battles, naval, air, and on land. So you gotta build a satellite network. Many people overlook it, fair, you know, you can overlook it and still play this game, but you really gotta if you wanna compete with the AI, especially in late game. So keep that in mind. Anyway, kind of a long rant. There's so much more I could go over, but I'll leave it at that. Those are some big things. Yep, you gotta research ICBMs, then you gotta research OLVs, and you gotta research satellites. Because you can't launch your satellites without better OLVs, which are orbital launch vehicles. AKA those booster rockets you see on the bottom of any SpaceX payload or any NASA payload, right? You know when they like launch these, like any of like the past space missions, whether it's satellites or like the space shuttles, right? You know those giant booster rockets on the bottom? The giant one that you see like float away from like the vehicle when they get into low Earth orbit? Those booster rockets, that's what these are. ICBMs are like the equivalent of it, but we just put like, you know, missiles on top of them essentially, right? It's this portion right here. And then we put warheads on top. And then for OLVs, it's the same thing. It's the booster portions, but then we strap them on. Oh, at the top, we put like a payload, right? Which would be satellites on there in like a little capsule, or we'll put on like space shuttles, right? A couple of these will be strapped on, things like that. If you put it in those terms, it's a little easier to understand instead of just do this for that, right? You need to research the booster rockets so you can get things into orbit, and then you can launch. But yeah, spy satellite, so important. We haven't started on that. We will in a little while, but we're building economy first. Very long-winded way of putting it. Yeah, special forces are still OP as shit. Marines are going to be really good again after the update too, thankfully, which is nice. They used to just be across the board the meta. They're not going to be anymore. They got really nerfed by the dev team, and I think they're going to be pretty strong again too, which is nice. They should be. Marines should be better. I'm not trying to start beef. It's just, you know, they're very good for certain things. Marines are always better in very complex terrain. The army is like the army specializes in almost all terrain. You'll get certain units which obviously will get specific training for certain types of geography, but the Marines in particular are really well trained for, you know, aquatic things, especially for like river crossings or for naval invasions. And I do feel like recent Millennium Dawn updates have kind of nerfed that a little too much, but I think they're changing that, which is nice. Speaking of Bird, just wait until the doctrines. Oh boy, I haven't looked at those yet, Bird. Also, I wasn't shit-talking you about nerfing the Marines, but you know, as someone whose entire male line from my mother's side are all fucking Marines, I've had that drilled into my head pretty hard from a young age. They're literally all Marines, man. All of them. It's crazy. All right. I'm gonna say, you know, the Marines can do any aquatic job better than anyone else, but you know, that's really where their specialty tends to end unless you're dealing with like the special forces portions, right? And what they're there for. Okay. We go to military. I do want to do the cyber focus. Bird, the Turkish tree is kind of broken. I really love it. It's such a good tree, but Jesus, these modifiers. I'm not complaining. We're gonna get like super powerful Ottoman Empire here, but holy fuck. Do you still have that Sweden one in the game, actually? Hold on. Nothing will ever compare. I don't know if it's still in the game though. Where was that thing? I think it got changed, but I want to check. Moves. Dude, I think it was Sweden that used to have just this insane focus. Like, just batshit crazy modifier. Yeah, it got removed. I don't remember what it was. I just remember playing through it one time and just being like, what the fuck? I remember that one. It was so crazy. Oh. Nope, not there anymore. We all know what the best focus in Millennium Dawn is, though. Where are you? I don't know if we can see it with Bushra in charge. Hey, here we go. This is by far the best focus in Millennium Dawn. Right here. Syrian anime. It makes us like the West more, and then we get population growth reduction 10%. Fuck. Oh, nothing will ever beat that. The nerf was to make them less meta. You'll have less special forces cap in the upcoming update, and the doctrines will let you specialize your special forces. Oh, fuck yeah. That's cool as hell. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Hell yeah. Just a glorious Turkish nation? Hoorah. Hoorah. Yeah, no. Best focus tree. Or best focus, rather. Does anime reduce population growth? To answer that question, we should probably take a close look at the growth models of the Japanese nation. And if I remember correctly, they're starting to point downwards, so there might be something there. We also have you with the patrol boats for the updates too. New naval unit. Oh, hell yeah. Is it a new ship type or is it a new division type? Well, okay, with doctrines, gotcha. The droid. I'm the developer of the Turkey tree. How's the tree and content feeling? Really good. Some of the modifiers have kind of stacked to be really high. I know the Millennium Dawn has a lot of focus trees that, like, you know, tend to give you very good bonuses, so it's not like out of the ordinary. But there were a few I saw that were just like kind of pretty intensely strong, if I remember right. 2-bit talk, if I remember correctly, when you get all the modifiers, adds up to be very, right from what I saw, it tends to be so strong. Remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah. There's a couple focuses I think that are just too strong. Like Tubitak, when you get it all the way, considering these aren't really a lot of focuses to kind of get through, that's a lot of bonuses. Max factories per state, I would argue, are like one of the best bonuses you can get in Millennium Dawn, given it's, for most countries, you quickly will run out of building slots unless you conquer territories, which people don't always want to do and can't. Max factories is so strong. So I really love the tree, man. It's so well built. It's so fun. Like the depth that it has is just crazy. Same with the new India tree and the new Russia tree. But some of the modifiers, they add up, man. And you can steamroll people pretty easily, in my opinion. I'm gonna follow Cyber. I'm one of those people that loves Japanese culture but can never understand the fascination with anime. Some animes are pretty good, Dubai. Have you seen the Vinland Saga? You might fuck with that, man. The Vinland Saga is fucking fantastic. It's how a lot of people in the West, I think, have kind of gotten into anime. There's a lot of really good animes. It's just, I think it gets a bad rep from all the really cringy, weird ones. And there's a lot of them. Holy fuck. But it's like any, like, you know, modern media medium. There's some incredible stuff, and then there's just some really weird stuff. One Piece, fantastic as well. I still haven't caught up on it. There's too many. Yeah. No, the modifiers are great. Like, for what they are and what they represent, really cool. Represents it well, but, like, there's a lot of mods that will just, like, throw numbers in there sometimes. And it's like, you know, I'll take this. Don't get me wrong, but holy shit. It can be, you know, a little too powerful sometimes. But that might just be my own taste. I don't like focus trees that just make your nation broken for no reason. And there's a lot of, Millennium Dawn I think is better than most when it comes to that. Or at the very least, Millennium Dawn's trees are so big to get to the point you get really like strong modifiers. It takes a lot, right? And that's fine. Some mods will just hand them to you for free, and it's just crazy. Including base game. Some of the base game focuses, especially I think like Italy's new tree was crazy. Some of the stuff you can get in there is just ridiculous. And I always like the more balanced approaches when it comes to that. Give positives and give negatives, and then allow you like to work around the specialty that your nation has. Because every nation, historical, otherwise, whatever path they go, they'll have, like, you know, advantages and disadvantages, and playing around those are what always makes them interesting, especially in the modern era like this, right? But overall, man, just fantastic focus tree. So well done. What's up, Dolphin? Energy system, airplane designer, a bunch of new focus trees. I think there's changes to influences. A lot more like cartel systems have been added, if I remember right. Obviously, defense companies as a part of The, what's it even called? Arms Against Tyranny update are in it. There's one or two other big things I'm forgetting as well. The PKK are very upset. They got so powerful so quickly, I haven't been able to get them back down, essentially. The costs are so high as well. No one in their right mind would really conduct these operations in the early part of the game because the political power cost is so high. In the early part as Turkey, you struggle so much for political power unless you don't want to do focuses, which every player will do. Everyone always wants a focus going. It's just how the game works, right? The costs, I think, to do the anti-PKK decisions are too high. Political power cost-wise, at least. I would say. I think it'll show it here really quickly. Yep. That's a lot of political power. Or you're just like not going to succeed, right? And then you get negative hits to your country. 100 political power, 50 political power. In the first 5 to 10 years, it's Turkey and Millennium Dawn. In this, from what I've seen, I've done 2 playthroughs. This is my second now. You need that political power. So I don't even touch them because I just need it to like stabilize my economy. Both playthroughs I did, obviously, the beginning when you don't have a stable economy as Turkey is fantastic. It's a great representation of where Turkey is at, but it means like your government and you have to focus on them. And you could then say, well, of course, the government wouldn't work on other things like addressing the Kurdish issue, given they have to focus on the economy, which is fair. But if they are launching big attacks, like, you know, such that you'd have to give a response, you have to kind of burn that political power, especially if you want to play a realistic playthrough, right? And that's when this just looks so unappetizing. Or you fail, and then, you know, more problems. Yeah, I'd say more money, less political power. I think way more people would spend that. To the long run, probably is worse, but makes more sense. I'm open to watching some. You're right, those weird anime nerds ruin the image of it. I don't know. It's like most groups have like very hardcore fans. Anime ones just tend to be a little harder to ignore. But yeah, Dubai, check out Vinland Saga. See if I can find a link to it. It's so good, man. I don't think I can link this site. I'll link you the wiki for it. If anyone has not watched the Vinland Saga, highly recommended. One of the best shows I've watched in the last 6 months. I'd heard about it, but I thought they were just going to butcher Norse culture. It's very well done. The political landscape is now in chaos. A choice between a significant loss of political power or a risky play for even more. Potentially losses can be made. So much PP. Well, we do have to do it though, so we'll do gamble. I see Iran went revolutionary. I reworked the revolution tree for Iran as well. I added interactions between them and Turkey. Have they done much? I think we were asked for a bailout once. They've had 2 revolutions actually. They had the initial revolution and then they had immediately a counter revolution after the Shah took power. So they've had 2 and now they've stabilized with the Pahlavis. Yeah, there is a democratic Iran tree. You can go full democracy or you can have the Shah in power and be like Western outlook, which is what they've got right now in the game. Performance is pretty good. I've got a stream running right now, I've got Discord on, and I've got music playing, and my computer's not very high-end at this point, I would say. So it's pretty good. Performance is very solid. It is only 2006, though. I never got performance issues until usually after 2015, when I started in 2000. I like the anime and manga art style, but I don't really have the commitment to watch all the shows. That's fair. You don't have to watch them all the way through. You can get started and come back, you know. Did I just start the game? I did 1 playthrough last weekend, and then I'm continuing today. So, no, I've been playing for probably 5-6 hours total. So, 5-6 hours to get to 2006. But as usual, I will pause and like rant for a while, so it's not really a good indication. I was doing some recent benchmarks, and with Major World War III recently, I'm looking at getting around 6 to 7 hours for 17 years. That's not too bad if all the countries are militarized, and there's a ton of units out. Legend of Galactic Heroes is fantastic too, Gargina. Huge fan of that show. That's from the 90s. I think they're making like a remade version, or they already did. Let me look. Didn't they remake it? Yeah, 2018. They did a remake of it, which is pretty solid. Which series do you buy? Oh, Avatar: Last Airbender. Yeah, that'd be anime. Just very Western. Yeah, but yeah, performance I have no issues on. I don't know about multiplayer. Oh, I forgot to message you, Bird. I do want to let you know what's up with Babylon Roleplay. Just heads up, I'm not running it anymore. So I gotta shoot you some DMs about that. Just let you know what's up. Some whole bunch of shit happened with that the last 2 weeks. Pretty crazy. Are we doing 2005 arms? Alright, I'm gonna name this, as I said, after Gray. To underline my point, upgrade your fucking infantry equipment. Don't ignore it. Gray, if you're still here, this is for you. I'm gonna wait until the 2015 model before I start putting points into it, though. Yeah, we'll do. Used to watch it with my sister when I was younger on Nick. Nostalgic as fuck. Yeah, true, dude. For real. I have fond memories of the first time I ever watched Avatar: Last Airbender. I was 5 or 6 years old. We were living in Scotland at the time, and we had like a really shitty old TV from like the late 90s, and we lived in like a rural town, like a town, like a town's a strong word, a village in rural Scotland. It had a population of I think like 90. It was very small, and we had an internet cable that allowed like internet. It was like a TV cable, right? You know, that fed into the TV and would give us shows. And we had to hold it. If we didn't hold the cable where it was connected, like it would just go to static. So me and my sister both really got into watching Avatar: The Last Airbender every week, which was shown on one of the 5 channels we got. And we take turns holding the fucking cable and watching it. But yeah, such a good show. Avatar is amazing. I loved Legend of Korra too. Korra got way too much heat, mainly because people are uncomfortable with non-straight romances, which, you know, too fucking bad. But Korra was incredible. In some ways, I actually liked it more than the first one. Primarily the art style and the world building. I thought it was much better for both of those reasons. Korra's character just wasn't as cool as Aang's in many ways, but still. Bad crazy? Yeah, great. You've got a line of infantry equipment named after you now. What's up, Eagle? Equipment designer. Used to run the anime club in college. Did you really? But yeah, Legend of Galactic Heroes is so good. I'd love for a really good video game to be made about that. Play the hell out of that. The Avatar intro music. You know what the best song to come out of Avatar was? Let me find it real quick. There's this one chorus song that's so fucking good. It's like very haunting and very sad, but it's very nice. Where is it? Yeah, the ending theme. This one. This video may be inappropriate to some users. Too many feels, I guess. Most of y'all have probably heard this song before. I'll play part of it really quickly. This was the ending song for Legend of Korra. It's so fucking good, dude. Such a good song. Oh yeah. They're making a new series, by the way. It's gonna be set in modern day, in the Avatar universe, like the modern age, and it's gonna be obviously an Earthbender as the main character, which I think comes out in 2025. I want to say, which I'm hyped for. That'd be cool. Yeah, such a good song. Oh, I'm mostly bad crazy dolphin, sadly. Sad situation. Anyway, very good song. You never finished Korra. You should, Gray. I've watched the Korra series I think 2 or 3 times at this point. I watched it the second time with like someone I was dating a couple years ago, and I watched part of it again recently. I didn't finish it though. The original series I've seen I think 3 times over the years. Okay. Turkish mining. We have a pretty decent mining industry that can help us supply materials to our factories and the market. I'll hold off on that because I want to design some ships in a little while. I'm trying to wait to upgrade our military companies because it's so expensive. Every upgrade costs like almost 5 billion, and we're in so much debt. I kind of want to hold off on it. Because it's only when you're manufacturing the equipment you plan to use, like into the war period of HOI4 Millennium Dawn, that you should really care. So for us, these modifiers aren't important on the tech we're making or the equipment we're making, because a lot of this we won't be using when we actually fight our big wars with NATO and stuff. That's when it really will matter. We're not there quite yet. Oh yeah, I'm gonna expand the Navy cog, but I've been doing all of our basic industrial economic research and stuff before I transition to military researches. So. I'll be making probably just a destroyer fleet for Turkey, I would say. Maybe some submarines. They're a country I don't think that I'm gonna bother making a full like carrier fleet for. Just not worth it. We don't have the time for it. I don't want to do this playthrough until like 2030, so. No. Republic City. Let's grab the advisors and start getting XP as well. Yeah, submarines are useful. That's one thing I also do want to test out. Because how effective submarines have changed a couple times since I started playing Millennium Dawn. Like, they used to be just incredibly overpowered, and then they just always get slaughtered, and I'm not sure really where they're at right now. All this modern map painting makes me want a International Syndicate game that's modded into Street Fighter. Or you... What are the mods you always think of for games are so, like, opposed to what they are. It's interesting, but, like... You could do it, I suppose. Kind of reminds me of, like, Nabanugu's Ambition or something. When they did, like, the Pokemon version, which was so weird. What was the name of that game? Did any of y'all ever play that back in the day? When they did, like, the Japanese feudal, like, feuding states, warring states period political game with Pokemon? What's the name of that? I really liked it, actually. Nobunaga's Ambition Pokemon. What's the name of that? Pokemon Conquest. That was a good fucking game. But it was just like two genres you'd never expect they put together. Very, very weird, but very fun. Out of curiosity, you said you did 2 runs. What path did you go down for the first one? I went down the democratic one. I tried to just max the economy. It was when I was testing out kind of like how the new economic features work, droid. So I just went pure democratic. I stayed with like these guys. I don't think I did any of the other political trees. And then I just went really quickly down the whole eco tree, the military tree. And I just tried to see how quickly I could max out productivity, GDP per capita, and GDP. And it was pretty smooth. I didn't understand the energy system quite as well when I did that first playthrough. So it took me a while to build up the economy because I kept having my economy crash because I didn't understand like the fuel system. So it took me a while. I got like in a debt spiral. I will say, for players who don't understand Turkey really, or Millennium Dawn really well, Turkey may be tough to get out of the beginning death spiral for your debt. But I think that's a case where they'll learn pretty quickly, and it should be how it is. It makes sense the way it is, but even I got caught on that a little bit. Oh yeah. Yeah, and it's easy to get really stuck in debt as Turkey at the beginning. So, yeah, gotta be careful. Can you show Turkey's FT and explain it? If you can show the new things in 1.9. Yeah, I can show their focus tree really quickly. Political focuses for different groups. Your political options are just so huge in Turkey. Far right, conservatives, more Muslim hardliners, socialists, a couple different forms of like democratic options. You got a huge eco tree, huge military tree, policy options, Kurdish issue focus tree, Cyprus, and then the Eastern Mediterranean focus tree for your foreign policy, a general kind of East versus West tree, interventionism options. You've got your, this is basically like a research company that you can really work on. You can join obviously the EU and get involved with the whole EU system if you'd like. Mafia options, being with or against them. Yeah, that's the short of it. Tons of options, huge tree, very well done. You could play quite a few playthroughs of this and have it be pretty enjoyable, I think. I am letting our debt kind of spiral right now, but I'm doing it on purpose. You gotta trust the process on this one. I've lowered our corporate tax rate incredibly low, which has basically freed up all our civs for tax cost. The only thing that's really I want to get around now is the traded goods, which we actually might be able to, given I built some more energy plants here. I'm gonna try taking off some of our fuel imports and see if we can sustain that. No. But we can take off one, so that's fine. Yeah, it's a huge focus tree. The other two ones are giant too, are the Indian and then the Russian focus tree. The Indian focus tree is the one I've been waiting for, I think the most for Millennium Dawn since I started playing. I mean, this is like one of the up and coming world powers, if not potentially a superpower, right? So this tree is so well deserved, honestly. I think I'll do a playthrough of that, like, officially, when I do, like, a single-player, proper roleplay playthrough sometime. Yeah, the unemployment rate has been kind of weird. If you hover over it, it'll tell you different things. Like, if you hover over it, it'll say high unemployment 7%. But in this entire playthrough, I haven't seen it change from 7%, I don't think. So this is one of the features I don't understand too well. I'm not sure if it's fully implemented. A small feature I didn't see you use is the counter UI. If you look just below your flag, it's a plus sign. With many options. Yeah, I haven't been using that, but it allows you to, I did see this. You can put metrics you want in here. So if you want to see like our civ count, our tax costs, let's see, government popularity is useful. That's of your ruling coalition, not of your, like, you know, supporting your government stability and things like that. So you can add a bunch of other things up here that aren't automatically on your taskbar, which is a really cool feature. I just have been ignoring Bird, you're right. I used it in my first playthrough, I didn't stream it, and I haven't used it in this one. That one's really good to see. Weekly balance. Energy balance, that's huge. Yep, that's a cool feature. It's written into my tutorial video for 1.9, I promised. I'm just not using it. I was talking to a girl near Nagoya. They have the cutest dog breed in existence. What's it called, Dubai? Never heard of it. Iran is the biggest. It is huge. Massive. Russia's pretty close though, the new one, I think. Yeah, 1.9 I think is going to be probably the coolest update for Millennium Dawn. I've seen at least, that I've played it for. I didn't play like the earliest portions of Millennium Dawn. I didn't really play HOI4 actively then. But I've been actively playing like Millennium Dawn for I'd say 4 years at this point. And I gotta say, for the features alone, I think 1.9 will be the one I'm most interested and excited for. Just amazing focus trees and some incredibly just good new features. And then some of the stuff you guys have for 1.10 look fucking cool as well. I don't know how the fuck you're gonna do it, but it looks very good. Oh, Shibus, yeah. Shibus are really cool. They're one of my favorite dog breeds. Hard not to like them. Half the tree is hidden if you go either revolutionary or not with Iran for performance reasons. Gotcha. And then the updates to the American tree are really cool too. I gotta do another America playthrough with the new one. It's really well done. If it'll load. When I first saw like the way that it was going for the new one, where it's so like kind of like gives you the options based on elections, I didn't really like the idea of it. And then I actually played it, and I really do think it's such a good path for it with America. Because American politics almost does push you down a couple different options always, due to how the country works and the politics work. So the way that the election focus trees are done, I really do like. I wasn't sure, and then I saw it implemented, and it works so well. Because in theory, I was like, well, you need more options, because, you know, policy can go so many different ways. And then it's like, no, not really. This is America. Fuck. And then this focus tree. The meme ones are in now too. Anyway. The Russian dev? Yeah. I'm so conflicted on whether I want to do a Russia playthrough. I said to myself I would until the Ukraine war is over, but it's hard with this focus tree, dude. So good, so well made. I've never done a proper full Zuganov playthrough. I've always wanted to do that. Full USSR. Very well done. House of Romanov. That's a bird. Turkey goes very well. We've got an economy. We are not being destroyed by high corporate taxes, which fucking pains me to say every time, but our tax costs are lower, so we're growing pretty quick. Like I said, I want to get to around 80 civs, and then I'm going to transition into military buildings, and then we'll militarize, because our tech will be at the level we can actually produce what I want, and then our economy will be such that we will grow pretty quickly. Yeah, Belarus has a focus tree too. It's a really good one. Fiji's tree is so, like, it's so oddly good for what it is. Technocratic monarchy Fiji. Yeah, Belarus is a really fun one. Fiji's tree. Monarchist ascendancy. Technate council. Research plan nucleus. Intelligence agency upgrades. Seems we got rid of the parts of the focus tree for third parties where it needs things like the Political Fairness Act and the Fourth Industrial Act. I think you still have to push them into control, though. Let me see. I haven't done a playthrough of the USA, so I've only looked through the focus tree. This version of it, at least. So you have to get the party into power first. Electoral rainbow. Let's see. Okay, so you need to go down this. You need to first pass the Department of Antitrust Affairs Act, Fourth Industrial Revolution Act. No, you still need to do all those. Then you go down these and allow you into like the alternative party. So you still do need to do them. You need to pass those laws if you want to go very alt history. We got, I think, 15 new or reworked and improved focus trees for this pass, something like 52 trees now in MD. Jesus Christ. It really is like a whole different game. It's kind of crazy. I still believe that Millennium Dawn is the most underrated mod in HOI4. Kind of crazy. The Denmark tree? I haven't played the Denmark focus tree in like 2 years. It was one of the first ones I ever streamed, actually. Or was that Sweden? I forget. One of those. Is it the most downloaded mod for HOI4? I don't think so. Yeah, second most. But even if it was number one, it'd still be underrated. Because it's a whole new game. It really is. The only other mods that I think have added the amount of like new features and mechanics that are interesting are the TNO mod, which I'm not a fan of for obvious reasons, and then the Cold War mod. But I think the Cold War mod is not as good as making the features like, you know, usable and approachable. And Millennium Dawn is very intimidating itself, but compared to the Cold War, it's light years ahead in terms of being actually learnable, in my opinion. Because when I first like started playing Millennium Dawn and I had to learn it kind of just by playing, it was tough, but you get it pretty quickly as long as you know, figure out what you're doing. Cold War, I put a lot of time into trying learning it, and I still, some of the features just so weird. Yeah, Road to 56. And then the UI for Cold War is pretty rough. Yeah. I understand why they're going with that look. It does fit the period, but it's hard to look at. Pretty hard to look at. Turkish agriculture. Large portions of our nation runs on agriculture in urbanized fields. And because of that, we must double our efforts to provide functional technology for the farmers and workers. As long as we stay below, I think, $1 trillion in debt will be fine. Yeah, we're moving pretty quick now. Used to be number one. Yugoslavia, I don't think this version I have has their tree. Nope. This version doesn't. It got pushed back to our December patch along with 3/4 of other trees. Okay. Anything you say and don't like and enjoy and like, anything that could be used better. TTs? I've been relighting a lot of stuff for more information. What do you mean by TTs, Bird? Just in the general features? I love this menu, but I don't think it explains it well enough for what it is. The expected laws feature is really freaking cool, but I think most people are going to look at this and their brain's going to turn off, and then they're going to do that, and then they're never going to come back to it. UI is, I think, one of the most underrated features for video games, and is even for mods, but especially video games. They don't have any kind of reason not to do it. But making the UI approachable and look good will make people use the features. And I think for expected laws, I don't know how to tell you to do it, but I think this will push a lot of people away from doing it, to be honest with you. And I think explaining the features a little bit better too, like when you hover over them or something. This definitely needs an explainer. It needs to be more approachable. That was the first thing I saw as soon as I saw this. In my mind, I think a lot of people won't use that feature, and it's such a good one too, because it's so cool to represent the fact that people would demand better or, you know, less laws for certain things, right? 100% realistic, but I think that this in particular will have an approachability issue. Anything else that I've seen? I think productivity could be better explained. I'm going to put it in my eco guide, the updated one I'm going to do, but I mean, like, productivity growth is affected by, let me read it. Productivity growth is affected by economic cycles, technologies, and national content, and is scaled based on the global average. Countries below the average will increase their productivity more rapidly, while countries above will grow at a slower pace. A little bit more just to suggest like what they need to do, right? For the average person, like most people when they play strategy games, they want to know like what they need to do to improve like a number, right? So just even a sentence that says like the way that you primarily do that. And sure, you could I think it's obvious to assume based on what this has said what you need to do, right? But for some people, underlining it is so important. Blue means you're overspinning, green means it's right, and red means you're underspinning. Yeah. I'm missing some of the tooltips. Okay, that's fair. This is the dev version I downloaded like I think a week and a half ago, so it might be old. Resource exports. You redid all of them. Okay, cool. Then never mind. No complaints there. Energy system, if there's new tooltips for that, great. If not, oh, there's no explanation on the version I'm using at least. I kind of did this by trial and error, and I understand the fuel and energy system well enough that it wasn't a big issue for me, but obviously, I'm sure you've added them, and my version just doesn't have them, but explaining energy properly, very big, given how dramatically important this is, and specifically underlining what will happen if you don't have enough energy, because people will figure it out very quickly, right? When you run out of energy and your economy collapses and your stability collapses and your economy is not running, they'll learn, right? But it's nice to have something that tells you there's a disaster before a disaster. Or like even a pop-up, like a pop-up a week or before, you know, when you're running out of fuel and you're not importing enough, like a week or two before like your country crashes with not enough fuel, get a pop-up, right, that says like, do you want to buy more fuel? You're about to collapse or something, which this version at least doesn't have. Because, you know, if you're running a government and your energy stockpiles are all gone and the average consumer won't have their lights on, won't have any fuel for their cars, and, you know, factories can't run, you're gonna get probably some of your advisors coming in saying, hey, we should probably do something about this, right? So that is huge. I don't know if you already added that or not. I mean, it can even be an event, right? Like if you're, doesn't need to be that complex, but it's really important that you get told you're about to destroy your country with your energy policy. I mean, energy policy, I think, is one of my favorite features, unique features Millennium Dawn is going to add and is adding. It's so cool for what it is, but it's so important. You need to be aware of how important it is. Yeah. I think a lot of people would really enjoy the fact that, you know, because you'll forget too, right? Like, you know, it doesn't tell you. So you're building more buildings. I've done this a few times now. Like, you'll build more buildings, you'll need more fuel and more energy to sustain your economy, and you'll get into a deficit when you're not importing enough and you don't even think about it. If you're like me, you know, you just don't look at the thing, and then before you know it, you're like, why is my stability at 20%? Why am I running a deficit of like 12 billion every cycle? And then you realize it's because you ran out of fuel. There's a lot of forgetful people. There's a lot of people who won't understand the system. So just a simple pop-up that, you know, I run an event that's like, you know, President, we're about to face an energy crisis if you don't address this issue. Or, you know, as simple as just a pop-up that says, in 1 week, you'll be out of energy and your like country will have these deficits hitting you, you know, either one. That'd save a lot of people a lot of heartache and probably just like rage quitting, if we're gonna be honest. But yeah. If Bird wasn't busy copying Iran's tree, the tooltips would have been here 4 years ago. That's the thing about all the trees looking like Iran's tree now, right? Conservatives gaining traction. Good. Tempted to never reconcile. I don't know why the nationalists aren't growing quicker. Hold on, did we lose that modifier? Nationalization utilized. No, it's still here. 0.05. 0.02. Is it like diminishing or something? 5.02. It is growing, just very slowly. I do want us to get towards the nationalists a lot quicker, so I'll do I think we do a propaganda campaign. Yeah, nationalist propaganda campaign. If you ever want to push your government towards a specific ideology very quickly, go to your political decisions and you can do a campaign, but these are very, very, very costly. I'll show you. -3. -5.5. They're very costly. It's a percent of your GDP, percent of your economy. Don't listen to this chud. Actually go live in Tehran. The Iranian tree is so fun though. That was the first focus tree I've seen in quite a while that just made me kind of like stop with like how well it was done. I haven't had that since probably like a couple of the trees I've done in Kaiserreich back in the day, where it's like, wow, you know, it actually pulls you in, because all your focuses aren't just these like big sweeping changes with really no reasoning for them. There's a clear line of thought, and even small things are addressed, which governments do. Governments aren't always just, you know, tackling huge issues. Sometimes it's just simple infrastructure projects. But in my opinion, and maybe this is just because I like politics and economics and those sorts of things, you can make that be semi-engaging. It doesn't have to just be boring as shit. I mean, it will be for some people, but these are Millennium Dawn players. You're dealing with a different sort, built different. Still not gonna deploy air either. This is a dev version for 1.9 talk. Yeah, this is not the final version for 1.9. It's a dev version. Not the final version by any means. Any strange non-current nations on map? Independent Chechnya. You could argue that they're semi-autonomous in real life anyway, but, you know. The many states currently in Somalia. The partition two-state Congo. Movement for the liberation of the Congo is independent in this timeline. Nothing else really. Independent Kurdistan art, obviously. I know that some of these countries are just supposed to represent the fact that they're autonomous, but after 9/11 in this timeline, America made an independent Kurdistan, so that is obviously all history. I think that's about it. Oh, 2 Myanmars? Yeah, 2 Myanmars. Myanmar and Myanmar. One is ruled by autocrats, one is ruled by conservatives. One is a puppet of Thailand. That's all history. The other is a puppet of India. Thailand and India have partitioned Myanmar. And some of the rebel states have full independence. Yeah, that's very alt history. And then Xinjiang is a autonomous region. I think they're a puppet, right? No, they're independent? No, it's an SAR, so they are like a puppet state. Manny Pacquiao, the very famous UFC fighter, apparently has traveled to a re-education camp in China, and after several years of understanding the truth of Chinese superiority, is now ruling the autonomous region of Xinjiang. That's very alt history, I'd say too, right? That's him, right? That's the UFC fighter. I'm 99% sure. I think. I could be wrong. It is, yeah. I remember him from that fight he did, I think it was with McGregor back in the day. So I was mentioning focus, like national spirits that are overpowered. This is overpowered. Turkish cyberspace. We have to investigate what goes on with the Turkish cyberspace, as some individuals may use it for crimes and illegal activities. 10% research bonus just for like Turkey having an internet. Well, that's a little much. If like every country had a focus that gave them research speed when they enter into the like cyber, internet age, makes total sense, right? The research impact on like all countries for the ability to research with the internet and obviously access to like, research papers with a click of a button and a $20 paywall. I mean, that is huge, but if all countries don't get it, 10% is fucking high, man. Huge. Yeah, I ranted about that last week, actually. About just how much like the internet has done for facilitating quicker research. It is huge. No denying that. Yeah, 10% research is a big one. I mean, I've already just been hoarding research bonus text right now. I've gotten us up to 70%, but at 10%, that's a big chunk. That's a thick chunk right there. No, Australia doesn't have a focus tree. No, 99% sure they don't. Do they? No, it's stuck in development hell. Okay. That's another country that really deserves one, though. Australia is so important for like the modern Asian Pacific region, both economically and militarily, and for the world, right? Australia has access to huge amounts of rare metals, which are so important for the global economy. They are one of like the Western centered nations that obviously counters Chinese and Asian influence in the Pacific and in like, the Indonesian region. So important. And like probably the biggest strategic defense partner of the US in the Pacific besides Japan. So important, but yeah. When you get down to it, there's just such a long list of countries for that reason. Australian coal, huge, huge. China is so not energy independent, just like the US is. The amount of oil that comes from through the Strait of Malacca, the amount of coal and things that come from Australia and like, I think South America too, right? Huge. China doesn't function without it. They are so dependent on imports. Which I remember correctly actually wasn't working the way I thought it would with energy. Let me check again, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, okay. This triggered the fuck out of me when I saw this. China has a massive, and it's like this in 2000 as well, not just in 2007. They have a massive energy surplus without any oil imports at the start of the game. That physically pained me. US is not quite as bad, but they're similar. To sustain their current levels, they should not be able to do what they're doing. I think it was the same for the US. No imports for oil. Massive exports. And they are also able to sustain a massive minor energy surplus while being on heavy industrial additional consumption to their energy. These are two countries which are poster childs in the modern world for climate change, primarily due to their fuel usage, of which huge portions are imported, obviously, right? Let me look this up now because I'm curious. Percent of US's oil that's imported. 43% of US oil is imported and not produced domestically. China, percent of oil imported. Yeah, China actually just in this year set the record for the most amount of oil imports. So they import even more than we do. China imports 60% of its oil consumption back in 2016, and it's gone up too, right? So, yeah. That one I found really weird. I know that's like a really niche thing that I'm sure will be changed as the energy mechanic is developed, right? But I remember looking at that and being like, whoa, what the fuck? Can you open your trade tab and check oil? Yes. Turkey, we're importing almost all our oil to sustain what we have right now because I've been working on CIS rather than on like energy producing things. I need the yeah. Obviously, we can produce our own energy by doing fossil fuel power plants or renewables. I really like how like unproductive it is to do renewable energy. It is 10 times more efficient to make fossil fuel power plants than renewables, which is very, I think, pretty true overall. I don't know if it's exactly that, but it represents that difference very well. Yeah, because renewables give you 0.5 gigawatts for 50,000 IC cost. Fossil fuel power plants for 10,000 IC cost, which is 1/5 the cost to build, give you 1 gigawatt, which is double the energy. So you get double the energy at 1/5 of the cost. 10 times more efficient to do fossil fuels, which is entirely accurate. Renewables scale harder with the tech. Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh, wow. Yeah, 30%, 30%, 30%, 30%. And infrastructure increases. I didn't notice that. Oh, wow. Oh, that's on me. I didn't even think about that. You're right. Yeah, because every research for renewables increases its production by 30%, and then every research for regular fossil fuels only increases it by 5%. Wow. Yeah, so it will outscale. That's fucking cool. And you need battery parks to store energy, which are incredibly expensive. They're 100 billion each right now to store energy for renewables versus fossil fuel, which you just put in barrels that goes into your fuel stockpile. Interesting. Do battery parks let you store nuclear energy as well, Bird? They get cheaper the more you do techs as well. The battery park construction cost, minus 35. That one's emptied, minus 35, minus 25. Yeah, so it'll go down to around like 50 billion if you max those out. Interesting. Huh. That's cool. First tech lets you build them. Gotcha. The current version hasn't. Okay, gotcha. Just renewables, not nuclear power. I see. Okay. So that does make nuclear power a little bit less useful then. Oh, okay. It's fucking cool though. I do like how that's done. All you need is a climate change mechanic, and then this gets real fucking fun. That's cool. Cheaper long term. I look at Millennium Dawn, and it's quite intimidating to think of learning to play it. I got you covered, Gray. Got tutorials, and the new ones are going to be very up to date. I've got like, I think 6 or 7 tutorials for 1.9. I don't know how many of those all get done on time though. A lot of them are written, at least in part, but I start my new job on Monday, and the update is in like a little over 2 weeks, so I don't know how many I'll have done for 1.9, but within like a week or two after it's released, they'll all be out. And I'm gonna do new ones for almost everything except for the political tutorial, which is up to date. Turk e-commerce? What's up, Arthur? It's heavy up front, but long-term cheapest. Fuel is shortest term, and renewables are good mid-game when you have no employees available. I see. So unemployment does work based on population. I've been trying to figure it out because like the numbers for me have been acting really weird. Maybe it's just my version isn't the most up to date, because this is one of the big features I was trying to understand was the employment system, which is so cool, but it doesn't explain it very well, and I've been trying to learn it, and then like the numbers haven't changed almost at all for me. But I assume essentially, right, it's that like each building requires a certain number of people to work it, and if there's an excess of population, you don't have buildings, then it's unemployment. Is it that simple, or am I missing anything? The energy mechanic makes oil nations very strong as well, so resource is more important generally globally, which is my favorite part. Yeah, it's fantastic. It'll make Saudi Arabia, Iran, Canada, Indonesia, countries like that much stronger and represent how strong they are. Because for me, I always find it so crazy how like Saudi is such a powerful political and economic entity in the world because of their oil, but up until now in MD, you're not weak, but you're not really that relevant. And now, like, you know, they will be shown the proper level of simping that they deserve with their oil wealth. And yeah, Iran is invading Turkmenistan. Reza Pahlavi II is a warmonger, it appears. Civ requires 360,000 office. Hold on. This needs to go in my notes. I don't have this. I haven't looked through the defines on this yet. Because I was going to make a spreadsheet for all that stuff in the tutorials, and this way I don't have to look through the code for that. You could see it in the tooltips. Okay, cool. That's huge. I ran out of storage space for my Google Drive and my Google Docs. Won't let me type in any of my Google Docs. Love you, Google. All right, cool. Well, I'll just check the tooltip then. That's really cool. That's really nice. Did you change it so you can see how many population is needed for each construction slot as well? In like the current version that you have? That always bugged me about base HOI4 as well, is that they never told you how much population is needed for each slot. No? Okay. Because for a lot of countries, especially players who like to play tall and not go warmongers, like your economy eventually just becomes about getting more slots and you gotta wait for population growth, so. That might just be me, man. That might just be me. But I think for people who play tall and understand the economy system, this becomes so important later on. But I don't know if anyone would even use it. That's a good question, OES. Oh, my Google Drive is really big. I've got a lot of stuff on there. Do disaster plan as well. Got the political power for it. Going down? They're all going down. No. Okay, so daily change, 0.05. All right, we're good. Yeah, demilitarized zone is at the start of the game. It's the Kurdish heavy regions of Turkey. Yes, I've already done that one, Droid. I've got utilized Turkish nationalism already. The 0.05 difference. But for some reason, it says it's only giving me 0.02. Because the national spirit says 0.05 daily nationalist support gain. And then I hover over the party system and it says it's only giving 0.02, which I'm not sure why that's happening. I don't know if it's getting affected by something else. Investigation. It scales. Okay, I got you. Expansion of fuel industries. Expanding the fuel industries can be beneficial for us in the long run as we become more and more industrialized and mechanized. Alright. We're going to once. Some note. How are you doing? Do you find the Mafia mechanic to be annoying or bad in general? It's annoying. I don't know. It's similar to the Italian one in that I find it like it's all based on percentage chance, which is cool. You know, I understand why that is. But the Mafia in both of my games, this playthrough and the other one, they just got bigger and bigger and out of hand so quickly if your chance goes wrong, right? And it's such a high cost when you get those events to like try and deal with them that like I don't want to, because like you need your political power to save your economy or to work on other things. And the high political power costs combined with how hard it is to actually stop them, it's kind of annoying, and the events are the same over and over again. Like I like the idea of it. It's really cool to have like obviously Mafia and like criminal elements as a part of like your country to deal with. But if I'm going to be honest, after the first two events I got, it just became like an annoyance thing, which is like, fuck, I don't have the PP for this. I'd say maybe the costs of the events should be reduced. I would say, really, if anything, like, because I think for many players, and myself included, I like having more content, but if that more content, which isn't important to what I'm primarily doing, it's so high on cost that like it becomes annoying, right? Because there's other things I want to work on. The Mafia portion of this is cool, but like it's a side portion that you want to, you want to see happening, but it shouldn't be just like, oh Christ, I have to stop doing everything else I'm doing for this, unless it's a really big event, which I guess could make sense, like a terror attack, right? But if the cost is high enough, it becomes annoying. If it's low and happening and you can deal with a mechanic, then it's usually more fun. In almost any focus tree for any mod I've ever played. Like if the cost is high enough and it's not the main portion of like for what you're doing, yeah, it'll become annoying. And it's like, I don't want to deal with this. I think I probably want to do area research now. I think it's realistic in the sense that like you should have the chance to get events that hit that are really high cost, right? Like if I know some of the events you'll get for the Mafia, right, is they do like a full-on attack on like a government building, I think, or something like terror attacks. Those, if they happen rarely, like those should be high cost, right? Dealing with the fallout of something like that should be expensive. It should cost a lot of money and political power, but it shouldn't happen very often. And in my playthroughs, they've happened often enough with high enough cost that it's, it loses all of its importance in the context of your campaign and becomes just kind of like an annoying thing to deal with. Not public, no. It's a mafia coup and civil war, really? Yeah, I've really tried to get rid of them, but it's been difficult. I also, to be fair, haven't gone for the police state. I've tried to only deal with them with decisions because I've tried to use all the political power to stabilize the economy, which is a choice, to be fair. And every political choice you make has consequences, so, I mean, that can be said. I saw that when you go down the other path for Mafia and you become the Anatolian Syndicate, right? Global operations. I need to play that out and test it out. It looks fun. Global campaign. I haven't tried it yet though. All right. Mafia thing. Keep fighting them. I think it's because we're pretty close to 100%. Ooh, nice. He got Web of Lies. It's really good to have. Yep. I need to tune into the Mafia mechanic a little though. It takes a little too much time to establish more syndicates elsewhere. So you can just like build them up in other countries. That's a really cool concept. One thing I really wish, and I mean, this isn't like bitching like, oh, this should be a thing, but what I'd love to see is I really wish y'all would do more with the intel agency. I know many players just ignore like spies in the intel agency, right? In HOI4, in mods and everything, because I think a lot of the features tend to be kind of boring, but like, the thing y'all added with like the corrupting governments and stuff like that just makes me wish for so much more stuff with the intel agency. Some focus trees allow for like unique missions and stuff like that, and those are so fun. When I did my first Iran playthrough, my favorite portion of that playthrough was when I was going down the I don't know if you can get it anymore, given that obviously they went democratic, but the portion of the focus tree where you could do those like unique intel agency missions, like to hit Aramco and like those unique stuff. I wish there were more of those, either unique ones to countries or just like, additions to intelligence agency as a whole. I think many players don't utilize this feature because it just lacks content, right? In base game and in mods. And I understand there's 101 things that every mod team has to prioritize over it, which is completely fair, but I think this is some of my favorite like parts of campaigns I've done have related to that in multiplayer and in single player. I'm gonna follow fingers. I have a bunch I want to add, also only costs money now. Really? Yep, 10 billion each. And operations too then? Huh. Yeah, that'd be cool as hell. It got some love since now it's been slightly rebalanced, and that and most other nations now have a unique one. Yeah, no, I left Babel on roleplay note. It's a whole thing. I don't really want to get into it right now, but it was some like fucking kindergarten like political power play bullshit. There's the other guy who was helping me run the server for a while, Dustin, wanted to basically monetize it and turn it into a moneymaker, and I didn't want to. And it's a whole thing, so I stopped running it and moved on because I don't want to be supporting a part of what happened there. Oh, just such a weird thing that happened. Yeah. Shame. I think we're fine on money. Usually I get office complexes after I build construction, civilian industry, because they allow you to balance your budget more, but we're not really hurting too much on that. I mean, I have our corporate tax rate really low, but I'm doing that on purpose. I think I might start transitioning towards 8. Yeah, that'll put us up to 80. I'm gonna build more dockyards because we're really gonna need to work early on getting our Navy, and I'm gonna work on some more tech for that too. So we'll do that. And let's put one of our researchers just permanently working on Navy. We'll do that one. By Twitter. The new designers are cool as hell. They are really fun. I haven't upgraded almost any of them because like we've needed our money so bad. Every upgrade costs obviously like 5 billion almost. So I haven't upgraded them because it's like shit. That'll put us so much more deeply into debt and up the interest rate. I don't want to, but really fucking cool. It allows for just so much more specialization of your military. It's such a good feature. And military companies are what like really I think made Arms Against Tyranny a solid DLC. Overpriced, but really cool feature, and how it works with Millennium Dawn is very cool, especially given like how important defense companies are in the modern era for any country, right? Being able to specialize them and develop them for any major country is so huge. Oh, I gotcha. For like IFVs and stuff, right? You know, I always had mixed feelings about designers for tanks and for IFVs and for planes and things like that. I do enjoy it myself, and I think many people really love it. And I do still think that in many ways they cause people to become overwhelmed with the systems. And I worry that will happen even more for Millennium Dawn. I mean, I'm gonna put out a new template, like tutorial, like short video for folks with like some designs for these things, so it's really easy, but there's a lot of people I've talked to who play these games more casually, and even in base game, when like No Step Back came out and the tank designer was added, so many people I knew just like stopped playing with tanks and they started switching to other things because of that. It can be very overwhelming. But I mean, in terms of being able to specialize what you're doing and have more control over your military, it's fantastic. Some of the GFX pictures give me mild forms of testicular cancer, but overall very, very cool. Lots of options. I haven't sat down and tried to find min-max models yet. I need to do that. It's fun though. Planes have presets feature already. Awesome. Yeah, if you give people presets, then it's fantastic. Because there's a lot of folks who just don't want that level of detail at all. And making it easy for them is so big for allowing it to become, you know, more enjoyable to play. Auto button on all the designers? Yeah, fair. I can't make myself do it. I gotta do it myself, but yeah. Alright, let's get nuclear reactors. The Turkish Atomic Energy Authority, or otherwise known as the TAEK, are tasked with planning and establishing development for nuclear power in Turkey. Lots more energy. Hopefully we can get a few more of our civs back from importing fuel. Then we'll switch to naval tech on that. As I said, I'm going to build a destroyer fleet. I am going to spend the money on, I think, our naval company here, though. That's the one we want. What are you going to do? Primarily destroyers. Land combat support? Nah. Combat support or light attack? That's a hard decision. That actually is a hard decision. I don't really want to build battleships, so armor's not going to be the biggest deal. Oh yeah, presets. Hold on, did I fuck something up? This is the destroyer line, isn't it? Yep. It won't work for destroyers? I would do max range though. I just take like one of the wrong kind and then do this. Have a good one, Bird. I will see you around, man. We'll take the max range. That is important to have. Otherwise you can't project power where you want to. Oh, surface detection, my god. Holy fuck, surface detection. Yes, please. Oh. Oh. Damn. Dude, the Spain tree is so well done. I did a bit of a single player playthrough of it, but I want to do a full one. I haven't done that yet. Output, yes, please. Hit chance? See, I haven't played much Arms Against Tyranny, so I'm not an expert with these companies quite yet, but that's weather penalty reduction. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Don't mind if I do. Huh. Okay. Yeah, we'll take that. That's a little busted. I'm down. That's a little busted. Probably the best one in the mod in terms of quality. It's so nuanced. That's what I like. Some trees will just, like, you know, you have these very linear paths you go down and there's not a lot of like political nuance. Iran's the other one that's very good at that. Spain and Iran, well, the USA is pretty interesting now too, not gonna lie, but the way the Spain tree flows and how you play it is so fun. Man. I copied Spain when I did the Iranian focus tree. It's my main inspiration. You mean like the political systems and how they work, right? That makes sense. So it's not Iran that's being copied. It's really Spain that's being copied at its core then, right, Droid? That's like, you know, chicken and the egg here. It sounds to me like Spain. Aerospace we'll do a bit later. Oh yeah. What I want to know is why we cannot. We do need to start putting resources because I want to actually make ships properly. I don't. I'll do this. Hold on. You really will need to play this. Yeah, lack of resources 1.8. And Elcook Naval Shipyard. So we are going to get the bonuses from it. Cool. I believe. Oh, it is an outdated model. It's a 90. The trees are pretty much identical in design, at least politically. I mean, if someone gets a good framework for those sorts of things and you add like the proper like detail and history of the own country on it, I don't think there's much of an issue with it. I'd much rather see that copied than like, you know, the base game fucking focus trees for most big countries, right? Which are just not very interesting. I don't suppose there's a Navajo Nation releasable. No. California is releasable, I know that. Yeah. You can have Independent California. You can have Cascadia. The Union of Deseret. That's the Mormon Nation. That's releasable. Oh, hold on. Lakota. That's the tribe up where I am from originally. I'm from Idaho, up here. And the Nez Perce and Lakota, the tribe's pretty close. Nez Perce are more in Idaho, and then Lakota are a little further out. Fucking disgusting. The Southern Republic of America. Out of curiosity, Droid, do you get a national spirit that gives you population growth bonuses when you go to the Southern Republic of America due to all the sibling fucking that occurs? Just out of curiosity. You get like a plus 15% population growth? I've never asked that, but I am curious. You could be independent New York. It seems like to me to be a very important aspect of that country that needs to be properly represented, you know. Okay. We're pretty deeply in debt. How much are we actually getting charged in interest, though? Negligible amounts. Because I think of our national focus, isn't it? Oh, that's a little broken. Can I abuse that? Interest rate reduction because we're a regional power. Is that the only one? Misunderstood it. But there's another modifier we had that reduced our interest rate. Oh, there it is. Economic security. 0.5. Is that a 50% reduction on all interest rates that we pay? That's not 0.5%. That's 50%, isn't it? On top of being a regional power, which is 0.25%. Am I understanding that right? Is that a 75% reduction of our interest rate? I might be misunderstanding. Not really, no. Okay. What would the equivalent of that be? Because I should probably understand that a little bit better. What would 0.5 be like in terms of impact? Interest rate is 2.75 right now. Our debt to GDP ratio is low. That's the main contributing factor, which is why it's low. It's not as high as I'm thinking. Oh, 0.75. Is it really that low? Okay, then that's not a big factor. So it would just be our debt to GDP ratio that's really bringing it down. That's fair. I misunderstood that. Never mind. Can you tell I didn't study STEM in college? It will shock you to know. You'd have 2.02% interest with the buff. Okay, I get you. That's not as much as I think. So it would just be like without the buff, then we'd be a little over 3%, right? Like 3.5% interest rate. Yeah, not as big as I thought. Never mind. I get you. Okay, that makes sense. A nice boost, but not broken. Kaiser Redux, maybe in the future. I just don't think I'll have time for it. I'm gonna be honest. Note, going forward, I'm gonna be only streaming 1 day a week, and I want to do some Millennium Dawn campaigns, and then I want to continue the Grand campaign when that starts, obviously too. So I will not be making as much time as I used to for streaming and doing playthroughs and stuff. It's expensive, but let's do our upgrades on our MCAC as well here. That is only light infantry. Okay. I see. Okay. I may not be learning how companies work from Arms Against Tyranny as we go. Gotcha. Won't really need more than that, so I'm gonna do efficiency cap. Yeah, like I said, I'm for sure this week I'm starting my new job, substitute teaching. I'm gonna be working a lot, and then after for sure next spring now, I think, given recent events, I will be starting school up again, so I'm gonna be going back to school probably full time starting in the fall. So yeah, I just need to be much more mindful, I've decided, about kind of like pulling a little bit back on how much I do and then focusing on what I want to, which for me, going forward, probably I'm going to focus just mainly on Grand campaigns and a few other campaigns as well. Because the Grand campaign, there's so much stuff I want to do with that long term. Other stuff, not so much. This is not an either or though, is it? So we can do either one. Okay. I don't really want to go too hard into artillery. Small arms bonuses would be nice, but we don't have the scale like some countries to really go hard on it. So being able to stop NATO's really like armor and their air would be bigger. I'm gonna go to this first. That's air will be a bigger deal for NATO, so we'll do man pads, efficiency bonus. That's not bad. Go look at our debt. Try not to go insane substituting? Yeah. Yeah. I've worked with kids like that before. It can be a little annoying. It can be a little shitty, but manageable. Anything that's not working fast food is honestly top tier for me. So. Bonuses. Oh boy, heart attack on utility vehicles. Hell yeah. You know what we did not have enough of? Heart attack on utility vehicles. Where are they? Instead of 2, we're gonna have 2.2 heart attack on every utility vehicle. My God. Actually, higher than I thought it would be, but oh yeah. And we don't have the PP4 policies. We'll go with that for now. Those are all solid. Yeah, fast food sucks as hell. I would go further than that, but not as much. Going back to school would not be as expensive as it was the first time for me, actually, because when I went to school the first time, I didn't graduate. I was 2 quarters away from graduating, and I'm gonna have to go for 2 years here because they will only take half my credits. But it was expensive for me because I got claimed on my dad's tax returns because I was still kind of living with him when I was 18. And what that means is I was not able to get basically any financial aid until I turned 24. I am now older than 24, and as such am able to actually get student loans in large amounts and direct money from the US government for being a poor fuck. So that's nice. So if anything, it's gonna be way cheaper for me now going to school, which is fucking crazy. Because according to American financial aid policy, I was magically getting lots of money from my family, which didn't quite happen. So yeah, it's very funny. All right, let's finish this as well. We don't have nationalism quite yet. We are a bridge to Europe, and for this reason, we are very financially important to them. We need to capitalize on our position in the world and make as much money as possible. Working class break to biggest kid's phone. That'll end well. See, no downsides there. Hell yeah. Gives oil to Moldova? You can get it as any country, you mean in the generic focus tree, right? Yeah. A lot of really great advice, really good ideas. How far are we from Destroyer 265? No, Navy's been changed again. I'm just gonna go with what I used to do. Focus tree coming soon for which country? Does it run any faster? I think so. From what I'm getting right now, I'd say yes, it does run faster. From what I'm seeing. That's very subjective, though. Don't take that as an absolute. Light isn't the best either, is it? Let's go some more torpedoes. Difference isn't too major. We'll do independent standalone submarines. And I'll do anti-ship missiles. An AA on there would be a good idea. We'll have to fight the US and British carrier fleets, which means we will have to deal with a lot of carriers, so that would not be the worst idea, actually. I'm really not doing specialized ships. I'm just gonna build destroyers, and I want like kind of a catch-all here. This won't be min-max, but it will be solid. Yeah, I'm gonna throw 1 anti-air on there too. Is that really worth it? Because by the base amount we get is already 10 because of the that's not fucking worth it. I know one of them is though. Hold on. Raises the surface ability a little bit. Yeah, there's anti-aircraft missiles. They're better in every way, I think. Am I tripping balls? Construction cost is significantly lower, but not enough to really justify the difference. Yeah. Yeah, they don't give HP boost anymore. Yeah, they've been tweaked so much. There was a time where point defense systems were so strong. With Simone, one of the devs for Millennium Dawn, he does all the Navy stuff, or he did. A couple of times, me and him, like, he'd test with me, and he'd get me to build like a fleet with a certain amount of cost, and then he'd build one, and then we'd fight each other, and it was for him testing. I never beat him once. Not once. I built some pretty solid fleets, but no, he wrecked my ass every time. And he was using these last time we did that, and that what caused him to win, but their stats have changed. Because the HP, I think it gave like a % bonus. When you went with CIWSs or Rams, you get like a percentage increase to your HP, which was pretty nice and would allow you to sustain longer in combat. But I don't see that anymore. Which again makes it so there's no really reason to do those over anti-aircraft missiles. Unless I'm just missing something badly here, which I might. Then the question is which one of these are better? These are patently better as well. The vertical launching system and surface to air is by far the most effective for giving you anti-air and increasing general stats and lowering your surface visibility, I think. Yep. You even get a higher visibility with CIWS. Yeah, teaching will be my full-time job, 100%. It's been a few years since I did a playthrough of this game. Did they find a way to make attack subs useful doing anti-combat ship weapons? Yeah, you can put, I'll show you in a second, you can put missiles on them that really will fuck up ships, so they're really effective now. And with their low surface visibility, unless a fleet builds anti-sub things onto them, they're really effective. Last time I checked. It does give torpedo damage reduction, but it's not high enough to really justify what they are. It does increase fuel usage. That's the only downside. Wow, okay. The cost does go up too, but the percentage differences in quality of the ship versus the IC, that's 100% worth it. This gives an HP percentage bonus. And totally worth it. That's a solid destroyer. It is a solid destroyer. What's up, Tall? Yeah, Millennium Dawn's new update. That I will play. Yeah, CIWS are worthless unless like their upgrades are just like significantly better, like at scale. So like the new models just get like progressively way better. But these are advanced. This is almost like really the modern equivalent. This is 2010 versions. It's not a big increase. There's no upside here. You want a mix though. We do want some light attack thrown in there. Actually, hold on. I don't remember which statistic is more important, and I haven't read the defines. I guess I could go do that right now. I don't know if this is the final version. I know that the branch I have doesn't have all their final updates to the military, like, mechanics, I think, if I remember right, so I don't want to go look at that. It might not be actually the case. I will throw one in here for light attack. All right, we have that already, actually. A tiny bit. Like I said, I'm only building these in submarines, so we want to make sure that this is a kind of one-size-fits-all ship here. This is not a meta ship. If you want to do meta, you'd make two different types of ships, which are very good at what they do. Probably like corvettes and then cruisers, or corvettes or destroyers. No, that's a good ship. I'm more puzzled why they don't exactly attack torpedoes. I'm not sure either how they do that either. I mean, they're I'm not an expert on naval tech, but my understanding of CIWS is purely anti-air, unless I'm mistaken. I mean, it can be used for like defending from like, you know, small craft trying to approach ships, right? But it's primarily meant for like anti-aircraft, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. You stay calm of a 9,000-ton predator listening to your heartbeat? Dude, modern naval ships are terrifying. Alright, we're gonna have a Chinese-Indian war in this game, it looks like. I'm just grinding him up to level 4. That's what I'm primarily doing right now. We can't do many really impactful missions until we get another spy. We'll require a couple more upgrades. I think it's 9 upgrades or 6 upgrades for everyone. They changed it from vanilla. In my notes. 6 upgrades means 1 extra agent, as opposed to 3 in base game. Do you think there should be more PP given to Turkey? Go ahead, follow Ming. Dude, I'm not the person to ask about that, I'm gonna be honest. I like hard gameplay, personally, so I like it. I will say, for the average player, it's a little tough in the beginning. You can get around it if you know how to play HOI4 pretty well, right? The focus tree is such that there are a lot of very short, quick focuses you can get at the start of the game that will give you the political power you need to get the things done that you need to, and then you can work around the toughness of the situation. I wouldn't personally have faith in a lot of players to know how to do that and be able to do that though. So it's probably a little tight. I like it. I like that you don't have as much as you do. I like the harder gameplay, and it does make it harder. So I like where it is, but it could make some people pretty frustrated, to be honest. I don't have an issue with that. That's kind of more what you think, but I like it. Turkey doesn't hand you everything at the start of the game. You have to actually kind of like maneuver around and like make some big changes if you want to do well, which I like. I much prefer focus trees that make you kind of have to struggle a bit like that. All right, I'm going to focus a bit more just on naval tech because I want to make good ships. We'll go for surface attack. These are just fucking busted apparently, so we'll do that. It is, hence why I'm puzzled. I think this probably has to do more with HOI4's under the hood mechanics. Torpedo damage is probably the same sort of hard-coded thing that's being used to represent modern naval combat in a better way. Yeah, I know Simone has talked about before the fact that like a lot of naval stuff is hard-coded and he has to really work around it to get like an interesting system. So I know it's pretty tough. But like obviously Millennium Dawn does change the core naval mechanics, right? You know, you have things like anti-ship guided missiles instead of heavy attack, which is kind of an equivalent, but it's not quite really what it is. And then you've got land combat support. So instead of your ships automatically providing like a percentage bonus to your troops on the coast or on like the land next to where your ships are, you have to build ships explicitly for that purpose, which I really like. So they do change some of these fundamental mechanics, right? Which is nice. But Paradox loves to build around. They love to hard code things, and I know that's something that the devs had to deal with, especially for Navy. Yeah, subs are really effective too. We've got really old models, so they don't work well. If you get missile submarines and you get like the newer versions of them, you'll have options to put missile systems on there, which I don't think we have any, so I can't show you. I will research those in a little bit. Attack submarines are really basic. They're like the basic HOI4 versions, like in vanilla, right? You just put torpedoes on there and that's it. Missile submarines let you do some fun stuff. They're the spicy ones. We have failed to secure anything from the Mafia. And thank you for the follow, Hank. I missed that one. Okay. Well, we've got over $1 trillion in debt now. But our economy has grown so much, it doesn't really matter. Like I said, the big thing you want to do in HOI4 and in real life policy, well, much harder to do. It's really easy in a game like this. You want to outscale your debt by scaling your GDP and your economy, right? Because debt really matters in terms of like how it compares to your actual income and your overall economy. We started out with less than a trillion in GDP, which would be 1,000 billion, right? So we've scaled it up to well over 2.6 times its immediate size, or original size, so this debt is not as bad as it would have been at the start of the game. Given your interest rates in Millennium Dawn are always primarily based on how much your debt is compared to your GDP. That's the big thing you gotta keep an eye on. If you can outscale it, it doesn't matter very much. Have more going on than what's going on. That's one way to put it. Nationalist propaganda campaign. Moving so slowly. We're only up to 27. This next election, 2009 is when I'm going to put the House of Osman in power. We're going to save up our political power, and I'm going to dump all of our PP into getting the House of Osman up to the max percentage I can. And then when the DSP fails to form a new coalition government, which they won't, given they have 4.4% of support of the country right now, we'll be able to put the House of Osman in power and then form a coalition government. We can go down our political path to form the Ottomans. So, 2009. That's what we're waiting for. Get the MHP up. What? You mean because they can form a coalition government? They're necessary for Osman. Oh, I missed that. I thought it was the House of Osman you needed. No, you're right. MHP is in power and the House of Osman has been empowered. I don't know the difference there. I see. I was wrong. Okay. Wow. Have been empowered. That was one of your decisions, wasn't it? I think I already took it. Okay, I see. Gotcha. Any plans to make more tutorial YouTube videos for 1.9? Yeah, there's like, I've got quite a few planned. I've got, I don't know how many will be done by the update, but I've got like 6 to 8 tutorials I've been making. The big ones I'm redoing are going to be the economy one, and I may do the military one. I'm doing standalone ones on how the plane designer works and then plane templates. And I'm doing new naval template videos to kind of work for those. I'm debating whether I want to do the military tutorial, like an overhaul of it, because the current one is mostly accurate. It's just some of the audio is missing. But the military ones take so much time to do, I don't know if I can really commit to getting that done. Do the new job and stuff like that. So if I had the time, I'll do a military new one as well. The current one is accurate in like 90% of stuff. Some of it's not quite right. Yeah, I'm glad they helped, man. It gives you a decision to slowly increase the Osman influence. Okay, I see. While we wait on that, let's keep going down. Double steel production. We are a large exporter of steel and metals, and we are going to have to double our efforts so that we can export more, thus making more money. Cute little 20 billion there. I want more dockyards. That'll give us 14. I'm gonna do 6 more. You got to build the dockyards earlier because it takes so long to build ships. You got to do this before your military if you have the convenience to do so. Always. Let's start building renewables. Given that they scale, and I did not realize that. It's a little harder and longer to bring them into power, but I did it that way to represent the difficulty to restoring an ancient empire pretty much. Yeah, I mean, it should be fucking hard. It should be really fucking hard. I mean, the Ottomans aren't really even that popular in Turkey to this day, right? I mean, it would be incredibly hard to do that. And I mean, obviously, it's fun to play out really, really old history stuff, but it should represent that. Major financial institution fails. Headlines have been broken over a major financial institution going bust. The media is running rampant with this and heading for the hills. The government is being begged for a response as fears of larger economic crises are on the horizon. What should we do? We're going to lose even more popularity. We piss off the industrial conglomerates no matter what we do, which we don't want to. Yeah, too big to fail. It's a hit. 8 tips for a major and superpower navy. Yeah, build carriers. You have the production capacity to build carriers. If you build them right and you build good aircraft for them, they are so strong. Get like 3 of them. Get 3 really good modern carriers, and then build a bunch of cruisers and destroyers, and make sure you have a big screen line with your corvettes. Cheap, really shitty corvettes to hold your front line. Build good destroyers and cruisers, and build a couple carriers. Millennium Dawn isn't like base game. You can't mega stack your fleet all into one. So each one of your task forces at max should have 80 ships. Optimally try and make it around 60 ships each with 1 carrier for each one of them would be my recommendations. If you're playing a major or superpower, and you can really go hard on your fleet. To counter the US in particular. You can beat the US fleet with a lot of different things because the AI fleet is coded to be so fucking stupid. The US fleet will always, at least last time I fought them, which was the Iran playthrough, which I think was like 8 months ago, they always will divide their navy into these little task force, which if you send in a big task force of like, again, 60 to 80, you can just knock out pieces of their fleet over and over again, right? So carrier, destroyers, a bunch of corvettes, 60 max per task force, and just start attritioning their fleet. Hit it piece by piece. If you know how to use the Navy system, I've got some guides on YouTube if you don't know how to use Navy. But when you're in a war, and you have intel in the country, or even if you don't, you can click on sea tiles and see where enemy fleets are. It'll show up here. Number of enemy ships. And you can kind of see where portions of their fleet are. Don't go where you see like 200 ships for the US Navy. Go into regions where you see like 20 to 80 ships. Send your task force in there, strike force or patrol, and then to start, again, taking out little pieces of the US fleet. And it will allow your ships to gain a lot of experience, and experience in ships is just fucking killer, right? Like, if you get veteran, like, carriers or veteran cruisers, Jesus fucking Christ, they are broken. So, that'd be my advice. Yeah. Subs are useful. Missile subs in particular are useful, but destroyers, and again, I know it's been changed, but last time I played, destroyers and carriers are better. Subs are useful, though. Last time I checked, they'd been kind of debuffed to be much more easy to kill. I don't know if that's still true, though. Losing popularity is good for the MHP. They're pretty popular right now. The CHP are the most popular. I'll form a government with the MHP in 2009, then, and then we can go down the right wing. I didn't realize they were the ones you could do it with. Let me. Losing your own party's popularity to boost them. Yeah, true. 1.2%. Yeah, estimate's apparently not too popular right now. Right, we do gotta watch that debt, though. It is getting pretty high. Yeah, apparently he's eternal. He'll live forever. Oh. Did I see ISIS? I saw ISIS. They're in the GCC? Oh no. There they are. Qatar has been annexed by the Islamic State. They are in the GCC. I'm glad they're being civil about this whole situation. I mean, they do produce enough oil. I guess, you know, that's important. That's like the key reason for membership, I suppose. Fuck. Yeah, they declared war on Yemen and they're allied with the rest of the GCC. Are they gonna go? Oh no. Oh no. The Islamic State has gotten independence, remained in the Gulf Council, declared war on Yemen, and called in Saudi Arabia and Oman to fight with them, the Islamic State against Yemen. Beautiful. So in this timeline, I guess Al-Qaeda is just like very diplomatic. They're much more man of the people. I don't know if that phrase applies there. That's fucking cursed. Yeah, that's also pretty cursed. Well, it's not in Syria, so that's what's important for us. I need serious help. I've been listening to dark southern music. You mean like with lots of fiddles and like guitars and stuff? Because that music's pretty good, not gonna lie. Could we try and do emergency elections? Economic boom. Wow, okay. Our economy is doing very well. Yeah, we don't have the political power for emergency elections. Yeah, we'll take Cyprus later. So that kind of music's pretty good, to be fair. I really fuck with that. Sometimes YouTube's algorithm will throw it at me and I'll listen to some of it. I just played a great game as China. I had a blast becoming a superpower and dominating any similar countries I could play before 1.9 that won't get updated. 1.9 will not be compatible with any saves, basically, Hank, so it will automatically get updated. So I'd say if you can get your campaign done in around 2 weeks, my recommendation would be don't play a major country and don't play a superpower run if you want to take your time with it. If you can get it done like before 1.9 comes out in 2 weeks, there's some countries I could recommend. But if you don't have the time to do that, just play some of like the smaller countries that have like much smaller time frame runs you can do. That being said, prior to 1.9, if you want a country like China to come into power on the world stage, France for sure, I'd recommend, or Brazil. They can easily become superpowers if you play them right. Not as easily as China, but it's very doable. Prior to 1.9, I'd say France or Brazil. After 1.9, I'd say India or Russia. India for sure. India should be like the most country you want to play the most after 1.9 in terms of like up and coming superpowers. But prior to then, I'd say probably Brazil. They won't be getting huge updates with the 1.9 and it's a great focus tree and you can become a superpower. So I'd say probably do a Brazil game. Brazil for sure, France. France may get an updated focus tree, but I'm not sure if it's happening or not. Germany is getting an updated tree too. They should, I think. Okay, we're good on naval tech then. I'm not going to start on missile submarines yet anyway. Yeah, they're both really fun. HOI4 is an acronym for HOI4. It is an automobile manufacturer of electronic vehicles within our nation, and it is best that our government supports them with new facilities. Let's just not have me embarrass myself butchering that name. How's our domestic independence? Not very good. The German AfD is getting super popular in recent polls. It's very concerning. Aren't they over like 20% or something in polls? Like something crazy like that? And the KPO in Austria as well. Yeah, I can't believe the AfD got more popular. They were the prime, Hank. Yeah, what are the recent polls for the parties? It was mind-blowing. German. So November 1st, the AfD is polling at 21% in Germany. Holy fuck, dude. That's a bugged event. Syria is asking for a debt bailout of $0 billion. So that's free influence on them. We'll take that because I'm not roleplaying. China and Japan have fighter jets engaging. This has a chance to result in a war between the US and China. Let's see if they do it. Doesn't look like it. One of the options the AI or the player can take is to go into a war of Japan and the US. Oh yeah, glad you could enjoy a stream. AfD are nationalists. Yeah, they're kind of a coalition of the far right elements in Germany, essentially. So you got neo-Nazis and you just got typical like hard right conservatives and stuff. It's a coalition of all of them. Very far right, very dangerous. A lot of very Nazi-esque dog whistling at the very least. They're very anti-immigration. Their popularity growth has primarily resulted in from Merkel's obviously government when they brought in all the refugees from Syria and things like that. What was it? Didn't Germany bring in, I think, over 1 million refugees and things like that? And there obviously has been a huge amount of pushback kind of like after that, and a lot of growth in conservative parties in Germany as a result. You know, xenophobia. I mean, to be fair, that was a stupid decision. Germany took way too many refugees it could not handle, and there are very big, clear, you know, cultural differences between those people, which I think the government was very cavalier about choosing to ignore. I mean, taking refugees is a good thing, but you got to know your limit, and Germany didn't do that right at all. Yeah, SPD is like 6% lower on recent polls. Wait, see, PC can usually run the game until 2025, then it takes ages per day. 2015 and 2020 is usually when I start to get some serious lag. We'll see for this playthrough. What are we waiting on? Americans voting Trump and Biden seriously have never questioned the political system. It's not as simple as that here, man. There are two options. You don't have a choice. Third parties are a joke, and you are throwing your vote away. It's kind of how it is. Here, I mean, like a lot of people, I've had a lot of friends, especially in college, who would vote third party just like to make a political statement, but fuck that, dude. By doing that, you just allow the more extreme elements on either side to basically get more power, which I don't personally agree with. I understand the motivations, but you do more harm than good. This we are going to want for all of our wars, but we don't need it quite yet. I'm gonna start working on armor next then. Should also do IFVs. I haven't experimented much with those. Are they all the same? Yeah. I don't want to vote Biden either at all. I don't like that guy at all. But I'm gonna. Sucks. Are we gonna dab on the Greeks? Absolutely. When we go to war with NATO, we're gonna take Greece. We're restoring Ottoman borders, so we're gonna go all the way up to Austria. and then all the way across North Africa to Morocco, all the way south to Sudan, all of Arabia, and then I'm gonna take all of Iran just cause. If we can get away with it, which we should be able to. The only way to grow a third-party support starts with local government. Jumping to voting to a third party for president is just stupid. True. If you really want to support third parties, you have to get out there and actually do work, not just, hey, take my vote in the presidential election. You got to go to meetings, and you got to push for local candidates for a third party to have success. And then when they built a national framework, and they have enough members in Congress, which will happen, then that's when you would vote for president. If you're voting for a third-party presidential candidate, you are pissing away your vote for no reason. You do it and actually put in work in small town elections, and you're actually fighting for change, but it's an uphill battle. All the third parties in America are so poorly organized, it's just fucking embarrassing. I looked for third-party options when I was younger. They're not out there. We operate some small textile factories in Ethiopia, but it would be better for us to double them in size so we can expand our economic influence. Is courting of the nice... Oh, what? Oh, God. His courting of this nice-smelling young woman demographic really put me off on voting for him. He's a creepy dude. I got put off onto him due to his historical stance on, like, you know, not supporting any queer rights and his racial beliefs up until it became politically convenient for him to change them. My dad's a big Biden supporter, and he didn't know about Biden's spotty history on, like, race, which a lot of Democrats don't. They just ignore it. Or they just don't know about it, right? He's not some big progressive reformer like he paints himself to be. But at the end of the day, much better than the alternatives. So, what are you gonna do? Citizens United? You know, because Citizens United is a complicated issue. It's not as easy as people boil it down to. At the end of the day, I am against Citizens United, but it's not as clear-cut as you think it is. In terms of the ruling on it, Citizens United, I've actually read through like the whole court case of it from the Supreme Court and the positions put onto it. And it's really interesting because that case was primarily framed from the standpoint of like basically, which is why it was a political issue, right? It was a conservative court that took that issue to push a political agenda. There's no arguing against that, and they chose that case because it allowed them to push, you know, the political framework they wanted for conservative change. But the case itself does follow logical reasoning, right? Which is that, you know, you have the right to freedom of speech. You have the right to project political power in any way that you would like as an American. You have that freedom. And given that modern politics is defined by the amount of money raised, and given we don't have publicly funded elections, essentially, not allowing people to utilize money through corporations to affect political change would be a halt on their ability to affect political outcomes. And it follows a logical train of reasoning, but it's a perfect example of how you can follow perfectly good reasons, like logical reasoning, to a really shitty conclusion. Because the case was not framed through what actually will happen out of it. It's framed through like the ability to have the ability to, what's the word? Political, franchisement. To make political change through action. And given that money is how that is done in the US, there is no disputing that. Limiting that in any capacity could be seen as unfair and a limitation of rights, which is kind of true. But it's like, you know, yeah, that all stands great. That's all good reasoning. That all sounds so high and mighty. But what's the actual effect? The actual effects are all negative. So, I don't know. Citizens United was so damaging, but they brought it through. I don't know. It's just, that case always in my eyes underlined the fact that like law is such a dangerous thing because you can justify horrible outcomes with very reasonable premises, right? Another great example of that is the case on basically the anti-LGBTQ case that came around for a while, where there was the cake shop in Colorado, I think it was, right? Which took, I think it's to the Supreme Court, the high courts at least, where they argued that their ability to have freedom of speech means that they should be able to deny customers, which is a very, normal American value, right? Which is that you get to choose who you provide services to, and they didn't want to bake a cake for a gay couple. The actual details of that are so sketchy, and there were a lot of, frankly, it was built on a false premise, which has kind of come out for the most part, but a lot of, again, really bad outcomes are just built on completely logical and reasonable situations, which is why I find all that stuff to be so fucking shitty and depressing. I remember in 2020 when the American election was going on, it was such a big deal, even here in the agricultural-based region of Sweden. I was in school, and one of the lessons the teacher literally put on 24/7 election results video. I don't know much about American politics, but goddamn, that day was heated with the anti-Trump sentiment. 2020 elections, yeah. Dude, I was working a fast food job. I remember coming in, that day when, they formally announced that he'd lost, and, some of my really conservative coworkers were crying, just crying while making fucking hamburgers and shit. And, it was a big deal. I wouldn't call Biden's government a failure. I would call it mediocre. He's kind of like a Buchanan or something, right? He's just he's a placeholder president. He's not shaking the boat. He's not addressing core issues. He's not destroying his government. He's not running America into the ground. But he's stagnating because America's got 100 core fundamental issues that need to be addressed in some way, right? And his government has failed to do that for any. So he's at the wheel. The car is moving forward. It's just not moving in directions it needs to, which is better than actual damage. But I don't think he's going to be looked very kindly in history. I've debated that with my dad quite a few times because he's a big Biden supporter, but he's doing nothing that will really rock the boat in a time that change is needed, so I don't think that will allow for a very good legacy. I think I hate about Republicans is their liberal use of the term snowflake. Yeah. I don't know, but the thing is, snowflakes do exist. I think that term is fucking annoying. The Ben Shapiro's of the world use it, and it's just thrown around so casually, and it's fucking ridiculous. But those people do exist, and they do get a lot of airtime, right? There are people on the left especially who will massively overreact to reasonable things. And they get given, a lot of press coverage. A, because it's a political tool by conservatives, and B, because if you're allowed to say crazy shit, you're gonna get on TV. It's just how the world works. So, it's an overreaction to a very small group. The 18th East Asia Summit convened virtually today, bringing together leaders from 18 member countries to discuss pressing regional challenges and enhance cooperation in the East Asian region. Hosted by Singapore, the summit served as a platform for open dialogue and collaboration, aimed to foster peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. The EAS saw participation from leaders representing Asian nations, which are Southeast Asia's coalition, Australia, China, India, Japan, New Zealand, South Korea, Russia, and the US. This diverse and inclusive gathering reflects the summit's commitment to inclusive regional engagement and dialogue. So many buzzwords, but these meetings are important. During the summit, leaders engaged in candid discussion on a wide range of issues, including economic recovery in the post-pandemic era. 2008? Would that be the avian flu? When was that? I think that's the avian flu. It must be. When was that? They always get really blown out of proportion? Yep. 100%. All extremes do. It wasn't the avian flu. What kind of fucking pandemic happened? I wonder if this event is firing too early or something. Because it looks like it's a COVID event. I also got COVID in 2007. American conservatism is insane. I consider myself somewhat conservative, but my god, American conservatives sound like teenager edgelords. No, old school conservatism I really respect in some way, in a lot of ways actually, but the modern version I'm not a fan of. Okay, almost good. We almost had the tech to start producing some of the things I want. Good, we're about to get the really good destroyers. 2005 destroyers on are really, really nice. You can fight basically the rest of the game with them. So I'll be producing 2005 destroyers for probably quite a while. So I think 2015 will still be a couple years out. Oh god, the new Speaker of the House is fucking crazy. The gays made the Roman Empire fall. Yeah, he's got a lot of hot takes on the gays. The fuck's his name? This dude is fucking ridiculous. House Speaker. Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson. Yeah, he's an interesting guy. Yeah, here it is. He has been an advocate for sodomy laws and criminalizing homosexuality. Streams very strong beliefs in that. Yeah. He's got a lot of bad takes, but I mean, sodomy laws, fucking hell, man. It's one of those issues you just assume isn't going to be a problem anymore, but these things are works of beauty. Stealth destroyers are incredible. These will be the next things we go for, but I'm not going to start probably trying to get that research for 3 or 4 years. So, do I want to build a carrier? I'm really tempted, not gonna lie. Just for funsies. Such a waste, though. So wasteful for what we are. Yeah, let's work on air tech. Absolutely. Nuclear engines for our planes would be huge. The utility vehicles. No. Mike Johnson's from your district, Gargina? Oh, Jesus, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. He's got a very American name. That's the perfect name to put on a campaign poster, though. I'm Mike Johnson. I'm a name you can trust, and I'm an American you can trust. Trust in nothing but the most American name you can think of. They're agitating live because they've got a slim margin of supremacy, and they're unserious. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of anti-gay laws are just a lot of suppression, but then there's a lot of just general, you know, hatred. Stealth destroyers are good because they dramatically reduce your surface visibility. I'll show you. Let's compare 2 versions of the 2015 models. You can't really do that. It's not quite accurate. So, because they're staggered, which doesn't show it properly. But even I'll compare it to even like the more modern version, which is 10 years away. No, they're actually equal. That's the problem. They're so staggered. But here, for example, this is a 10-year ahead of model than the 2015 Stealth Destroyer. Surface visibility 21.9 versus the Stealth Destroyer, which has 17.5. Highest surface visibility means you are easier to hit, and you will get hit more, and you will die quicker. So you want lower visibility. Lower visibility on your ships is probably one of the most important stats in Navy, in HOI4, and in all its mods. Low visibility means you survive longer, put out more damage, and win battles. It's just so important. Let's compare that to the 2015 model, or 2005 model, right? Visibility 26.2 versus 17.5. Huge difference, right? I mean, not to mention even the other stats, which are a lot higher. So, way better. Just patently better. Robert Robertson? It concerns me that the man from Shreveport is 2 heartbeats from the presidency. No matter politics. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's the vice president and it's the Speaker of the House. I mean, you know. One malarkey and ice cream fueled night of drinking with Kamala Harris could result in Mike Johnson being president. You know, I'm just saying. That's terrifying. Right, we are going to need more fuel. Unfortunately. Our productivity is actually giving us bonuses now. Fantastic. We've gotten that to increase so quickly. GDP per capita is all the way up to 41,000. Our economy is almost at 3 trillion. Not bad for 2008. Have a good one, Bird. Have fun at your D&D game. I'll see you around. Kamala Harris? I've seen her in a few speeches and things like that, but nothing too major. It's very hard to be impactful as the VP because they really don't do anything besides break ties, if we're going to be honest. I mean, sure, they have the ability, I think, to be very influential in terms of foreign policy by doing like state visits, if the president actually will give them the power to properly do negotiations. But that really depends on the person. And Kamala Harris, I don't personally think she's built for foreign policy, but that's just me. The Telecommunications Authority, or ICTA, is tasked with creating standardized communication centers and telecommunication lines. We get radar stations, which are nice. And then we are almost able to form that new government, start going down the fun path. Around a year out. She's been doing things. I know she's been on like foreign dignitary visits and stuff like that, and she's done a lot of speeches and things, but I also don't follow her really in detail either, so I couldn't say. Maybe she has done some stuff. No, Harris couldn't win an election. There's no way. What's her like approval ratings or like her poll ratings? Let me look. I think she's one of the ones that polls really low. Let me look. There's a few places I've found these polls before. Let me look. 530 doesn't have it. Bear with me. Kennedy actually would get some of the vote? What? That is shocking. Her main task since election was the border, but she kept trying. Gotcha. Kennedy actually will get some of the vote. That shocks me. Sites, it's been a while. Let's just make it simple. Harris. Here we go. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah, not good. We'll just go with the averages for all these. Trump beats Harris by 4 to 5 points on average. Some of the polls have it much more tilted towards Trump too. None of them tilt towards Harris at all. So there's no way she's winning that. Not a chance. What are the Biden-Trump polls like these days? Wow, Biden's winning by a good bit actually. You gotta be careful. Polling only tells you so much, though. It is not a good thing to stand on. But it gives you a general sentiment of people towards candidates. Wow. 52% of Americans on average disapprove of Kamala Harris. 37% approve. She's just not a very well-liked political candidate. It's kind of similar to Pence. Very involved with, like, you know, the current state of their party, but not very likable and wouldn't do well in a national election. So, yeah. I'm not surprised. I mean, who does Harris really appeal to? I mean, do tank holes as well, because I want to mix some of those. What does the U.S. even have? Who could possibly win an election that's not Biden, not a Republican? I'm a pretty big Gavin Newsom fan, but I don't know how well he could do against Trump. Because when you're from California, you automatically get the liberal stereotype. Let me see how he would do. Newsom, Trump, poll. He's not amazing, but of like the current options, he's like one of the ones I could more stomach. He's been in some polls. I've seen them before. Harris is only the Dems VP pick because she's an establishment. She's very popular with the establishment. There's actually not any polls on him with Trump. That's surprising. He's so politically ambitious, I'm shocked if there haven't been some. Yeah, he would beat Trump in a couple of the polls that have showed up, but it's very close. So he's not a super strong candidate, which I figured. Again, just being from California in the modern era as a Democrat, that's going to really put automatic. It's just very tough. Too many stereotypes. Do better battle stations. What's up, Kadir? How are you doing? Gavin is incompetent? I don't ascribe to that belief. I don't think he's fantastic. Some of his policy he's pushed, I think, is pretty cool. The mental health policy he's pushed is pretty unique in the U.S. I've never seen a politician prioritize those sorts of things. The reforms he made for healthcare and stuff. He has utterly failed with what's it called? Homelessness in California, though. That is one area he's completely failed in. Utterly. But that's such a hard issue to tackle without, frankly, having some pretty radical beliefs and radical action, which you'd need the state legislature to support. California has a much higher rate of people who are, you know, homeless due to the fact that a lot of people will move there from other states when they are homeless because the climate is more sustainable-ish. And the fact that a ton of homeless people have been shipped there over the years by Republican states as well. But he's done so poorly on that. That's one area. And that would hit him really hard in a presidential election. So, it'd be pretty difficult, I think, for him to win. We have had an agent captured. Alrighty, I guess I do have a spy network now. Let's see if we can get her out. Or was she not captured? No, we captured a foreign spy because she was doing counter intel, I think. Okay, never mind. Paying attention. He's been a little too friendly with private schools, Milo. I haven't liked that either, but that's like basically all California politicians, regardless of whether either side they're on. So we need more mounted ATGMs as well. The local town council election on the 7th, the first Democrat to run in almost a decade, so I'm voting. Nice. Yeah, they don't... A lot of times you'll just get either only a Republican or a Democrat, especially in rural areas, because there's no point in contending. I assume that's what you're dealing with. All right. How far are we from nuclear engines? Oh, I'm not getting them. That was an oversight. That is a pretty solid destroyer. We're good on that. The way to solve homelessness is to enforce anti-drug policy. Oh, God. And to seize land from those people who just own land in hopes that it goes up in value. Sounds like literal communism, but it's not. It's the only way to save places like American England at this point. What do you mean by anti-drug policies? Breaking up monopoly ownership of rental properties and home ownership? Sure. Easier said than done. It won't happen in a Western state. There's no way. The birth rate crashing in places like the West is also because people don't own homes or anything and can't afford to. True. Yeah, I wanted kids when I was younger. I don't plan to have them anymore. I don't see any future where I have the money to own a home, and have enough money to send, you know, my kids to a good school, good pre-K, things like that. So I don't plan to have kids, which sucks because I'd love to have them, but I refuse to have children if I can't give them a good future. I think that's pretty immoral. Just for my own viewpoint and willingness, which is really sad. I mean, the other option is just building more houses and more like cheap rental facilities, right? But if they're owned by those same groups, it doesn't really do much. Cyprus has been divided between the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and the Republic of Cyprus since 1974. After a Greek-sponsored coup almost brought Cyprus into a union with Greece, what followed was a Turkish protest that took the form of an invasion of Cyprus, splitting the island in two. The occupation of the island is the second longest occupation of land in the modern world outside of that of Israel. Hot take, MD dev scene, but not wrong. So we kind of get to initiate this. We have a focus tree to allow us to do what we want with this. Since we're going Ottoman, we're going to obviously conquer all of it regardless, so I won't even touch that for now. We'll just deal with it much more harshly in the future. Dude, children don't give you that much money in welfare. They really don't. Enough to, like, have them not starve to death. But you won't be able to give them, you know, any good future, right? You won't be able to pay for good, you know, pre-K. You will not get to send them to a good school. I mean, public education, which is patently worse than other options, including even some charter schools in certain states now, which is horrible, but it's true. %35% construction speed bonus? Surely it can't be that extreme. Okay, so it would offset it and give a 15% construction speed bonus. That's a lot, but more reasonable. We'll do that. It is the government's job to come to its people's aid when disaster strikes, even if it means increasing our spending. That is pretty nice. That's a lollipop. Yeah, we are going Ottoman. Just, I misunderstood how to get the political part of it, so it's gonna be happening a little bit later, but we're gonna have a good economy and an actual navy. Training him. I want to get him up to level 4, which is the max level in Millennium Dawn. In base game HOI4, you can only get your spies up to level 2. In Millennium Dawn, you can get them up to 4. So just heads up. Yeah, middle class would result in not... If you own 20 homes, you're not middle class. Middle class is really hard to pin down. I mean, certain countries will define it as certain income brackets and like wealth ownership, right? But it'll vary country to country. If you own 20 homes in any country, you are well above middle class. Unless those homes are model homes that you built in your garage, then, you know, that might be different. That sounds like a solid middle class hobby right there. I have 2 examples of family friends who are in the middle class and 12 homes, and the other one's 20 homes, and they rent them all out. With the income they would get off that, there's no way they're middle class, though. What is it defined, like, by the U.S. government? I'm sure there's a standard for that. Let's go. Middle class definition. They define it as... that's not what I want. Pew Research is solid. No, ESS. Always a very trusted resource. Yes, there's no definitive definition of the middle class. So, I mean, like, if you want to, like, change that, like, choose a subjective definition, I mean, you could have it include a lot of things. Fuck it. What did Pew say? Pew would define it as 52% of Americans would be in the middle class. What are the income brackets for that? It also varies state due to cost of living and stuff like that too. It's, again, nailing down any of these like with definitive numbers is so hard to do. Would that be probably like 60K to like 200K a year, something actually probably higher. So it would be stuff your state, what area you live in, and then your income before taxes, and then the number of people you are obviously sustaining. So again, hard to pin down. It would be like rough, so. Here's an easy way to do it, which would be like the median household income for a middle-class family. All households would be 70,000. Family households, which would be with kids, would be 91,000. That would be the median. And you really starts to really break down based on different factors. So probably around 70,000 USD to around 300,000 USD would be considered middle class, right? So again, with 20 houses, unless like it's just really poor areas, they're making not a lot of rent, that'd probably be above. I mean, this also doesn't factor into things like actual, like, you know, how much money you actually have, like in savings or in investments and things like that. So middle class is one of those like buzzwords that gets thrown around a lot. It's hard to define. It's clearly a thing, right? But I didn't pause, did I? God damn it. Go for... yeah, a little early. Just working on engines. Alright, let's work on the military. We're very close to getting the Nationalist focus tree, but we can do a little bit of Navy first. The armed forces of Turkey, or otherwise known as the TSK, are tasked with protecting Turkey's territorial integrity and its people. Oh boy, missing a lot. Any stats in the overall wealth accumulated? No, I'm looking for that, Milo. I'm looking for that. And again, I'm consulting Wikipedia here out of necessity due to them having the most well put together amount of information on this, so don't take it as any serious actual statistics. But I don't see anything for like actual wealth accumulated, just like income. And then like a breakdown versus on like, you know, education degrees and things like that. I would presume that it's just entirely based off of income, which doesn't seem like the best way to define it. I mean, you could be like the heiress to the Rockefeller fortune and work a charity job for 40K a year and technically be middle class or lower class, right? Sure. This place has some guy with $50 billion in the bank and why he needs to own random land in cities and not use it. Just the modern IFVs. Turkish Navy. It's the maritime branch of the Turkish Armed Forces, and its foundation dates all the way back to 1081. Wow. Hey, prior to the fall of Constantinople. I guess they'd consider that like the Turks? Hold on, now I'm curious. Turkish? Given Turkey did not exist then. Yeah, okay. They're being very generous there. The formal Turkish naval forces were founded in 1920 with the foundation of obviously Turkey. Yeah, that's very liberal there. That's like saying the U.S. Navy has a long history since its foundation in 300 BC, when early Americans projected power with their canoes off the coastline of Cascadia. Not technically wrong, but definitely not right. Oh boy. We're going full housing discussion now. Oh God, it's 7 o'clock? I've been streaming for 5 hours. And we're in 2008. Whatever nationalistic propaganda campaign. America was originally a boat nation. I think we've always been a boat nation. Our Navy is what allowed for us to survive and do so well. All of history. Thank you, Thomas Jefferson, who more or less was the first to understand, utilize, and build a semi-solid navy for the U.S. Turkey always is controlled some weird way by politicians. In what way, Kadir? We're looking good on military. Oh, we're looking really good on civs now. Almost have enough to build a solid tank model I can start building as well. We're still a boat nation. You can see AUI fishing, we got up to the Mississippi. I mean, both in terms of the amount of fucking ships we use to like get all the supplies we need, and then our giant fucking military navy. Yeah, I'd say we're very much a boat nation. I'm for military factories. I think our first war, I'm going to go after Syria. They're non-aligned though, so we might actually get intervened with. We might then go after Iraq. We get their oil. They're Saddam's government, so no one supports them. Yeah. We can push through that little gap, right? Defended choke points are fine. We'll use human wave tactics and break through. I have faith in the Turkish military to prevail. Or we could just hit Kurdistan first, but they'll... Ooh, if they go nationalistic, we can hit Kurdistan first. If they stay Western, America will intervene, so we'll see. Or we could just go straight balls to the wall and fight Iran first. That'd be very hard, but doable. No, they're Western. Never mind, we can't do that. Western Iran, which has invaded and puppeted Turkmenistan. Their Western outlook in the same way that waterboarding is Western outlook. Not amazing. I'll pick this up later, but we don't need it right now. That's actually useful. That is very useful. We're gonna go for that. I can rush early good IFVs for us. We'll do that. Yeah, that's filler. Can read that. How much is rent in your region? Generally, I'm curious. I live in small town Ohio. Rent here for like a single apartment is anywhere between like 300 to 500 bucks a month. But I'm in buttfuck nowhere, Ohio. When I was going to school in San Diego, in a really nice area of the city near the university, a 1-bedroom apartment averaged 700 if you were insanely lucky for like a closet, to around 2,000 per month for a 1-bedroom apartment. When I lived in Sacramento, it's the places I've lived, so those are my frame of reference. Like a 1-bedroom, like with roommates, you could usually get for like 500 to 700 bucks a month if you want a really small place or share a room. For a full apartment, 1,500 bottom for a really small one. Yeah. Depends. Urban Iowa, 800 to 1,200 for a whole apartment or for a room? Chase. Yeah, 2,000 for a 1-bedroom. 500 euro. That's not too bad. 2-bedroom apartment. Holy fuck. 800? That's pretty good. Columbus, I know, isn't too bad. That's like one of the bigger cities in Ohio, where I live now. I'm not from here, but I've lived here for a few years now. Columbus isn't too bad, I don't think. I think you can get like a 1-bedroom for probably around like a K a month. It's not too bad. Again, rent and housing costs are just entirely dependent on location. It's just so much about where you're at, really. The demand for people living there and obviously the amount of housing available. I live with family. I have like a pretty good sized room here. My rent's not too bad. It's only 350 bucks a month, which really isn't bad. Could be much worse. But then again, the jobs around here are all pretty bad, so balances. I might want to start spending some more on healthcare now as well. I up education spending. Yes. Healthcare spending is the next we really want to do. Yeah, it's a 2 billion increase though, which we can't afford right now. Our interest rate is getting a little high here. I am gonna have to start raising the corporate tax rate again. We can. Tips for the Brazil focus tree. Do the economic part first. I'll show you really quick. 1 second. That's all focus trees in general, but Brazil in particular is broken. Where is it? South American Unity and going for Mercosur gives you a bunch of really good bonuses. Where is it? Or did they change it? They changed it. Okay, this is useful, but not amazing. That used to give really good bonuses. It doesn't anymore. Huh. No, my bad. It was Unisol. Unisol, and then these focuses are nice. It gives you a bunch of stability, which you'll need at the start. You get a bunch of political power gain, which is really useful. So do these. And then Nosa Economica. Do these. They're really fucking good. In particular, this gives you a bunch of unique decisions, which will give you a bunch of really cool stuff. And then the development here just gives you tons of civs and tons of industry right here. Research, you get bonuses, which are really nice. And I think you get another slot down here. They've changed some of this, so I'm not too sure. These for research speed. And then if you want more resources, you can go down here as well. Especially given 1.9, which you're not going to play, but prior to 1.9, this is less important. Yeah, this area. Do the Unisol ones to start off with. Yup. Brazil's probably amongst one of the worst trees in the MD. Disagree, droid. Unbalanced, but pretty solid. Empire at war? You mean Total War Empire, or what do you mean? Never heard of Empire at war. Doctrine bonus 2. Oh, Star Wars Empire at War. Yeah, oh yeah. I played a ton of that back in the day. It's really fun. I hope we get an updated version. There were talks of an Empire at War, I think 3, but I don't know if they're going anywhere. Let me look it up. I checked this like a couple months ago. I think they're still making it. Let me look. Yeah, there's been talks at Lucasfilms that they're going to make it, but it's not in development supposedly yet. Or there's no news of it. But yeah, they're really fun. I really enjoy them. The campaign, like Galaxy mode, was really fun. And then the space battles were obviously what made it just so incredible. Spamming Star Destroyers, and then getting, like, you know, Darth Vader and a TIE Fighter, and then rushing the Rebel base never got old. I really want to get a working tank model in production now. We're getting closer to when we're going to get a war. Equestria at War? Oh, Empire at War. Yeah, they were good games. I really enjoyed them back in the day. I never really liked the land battles. They never really appealed to me very much, but the space battles were incredible. Got a 5-bedroom apartment for 600 euros? Hey, that's in Finland, though, note. What they don't tell you, it's in the fine print, is may or may not come with extreme depression. That's in the fine print. Better artillery as well. Yeah, Empire Total War 3, Empire at War 3 would be incredible. Find a Finnish girl in Finland and marry her. That's the strategy. We do need some of these now, because I actually am producing equipment that I want. You already have depression, so that won't change. Dude, it sounds like you got yourself a bargain there, Gray. Time to go to Finland. So you gotta use disadvantages to your advantage. That's what they call a big IQ play. Normalizing relations with Armenia. Oh no. After what seems like forever, the Armenians are opening up to normalizing relations between our two countries. I've never heard of this country in my life. I don't think it exists. I don't know. I've never heard of this country before. Have you? Leading to an unnecessary amount of animosity between our nations. After the assassination of Hrant Dink, that's the name. However, recently they have begun to move on from the past and are open to normalizing relations once more. Oh yeah. Let's do it. I don't think that country is real, though. We're gonna deny everything. Never heard of her. Western Azerbaijan. That I've heard of. That sounds right. I'm gonna show you guys some metagaming shit here. When we have the political, oh god, so expensive. They stopped the metagaming. The metagame in Millennium Dawn for your officers, for your admirals and your generals is you want to actually recruit them on baptism by fire or officer basic training. Why? Because you recruit them at level 1. When you have international or military academy training, your new officers, you will recruit them at high levels. You don't want that, because you will get worse stats if they're already high level, and they tend to come with traits, which means they'll gain XP slower. So this sucks. We didn't get any unique ones either. You can't fire them, unfortunately. Beautiful. Oh yes. This is a good trait. It's one you can't, it's like one of the natural ones you can't like manufacture, and it will give us more capital ship attack, which destroyers are considered capitals, I believe. Actually, I'm not sure. They might not be. But, that's actually very important. I should look into the defines for that. Regardless, it's gotta be one, I think, for now. And we are going to train our destroyer fleet. We can make the fuel for that. We don't have a relationship with Armenia. They don't exist. What are you talking about? Bunch of fake news. Oh, look at all those dockyards. Hell yeah. Looking at the Black Sea, I want to dot so many seasteads across that thing. How much USD for euros? I think it's like 1.1 or 1.2 euros for the USD. It's switched so much recently. What is the conversion rate? I remember when it used to be like 1.4. Euros really lost value. Yeah, so, wow, even less. 1 euro is currently worth $1.07. So the euro's worth 7% more than the dollar. That's not much. How the mighty fall. The update does increase game speed from what I've seen, but that is only one perspective of my computers, so tough to say. I know they have been trying to work on performance enhancements, though, so I would assume so. I don't know if you spent a day in Nordics in 2023. Anti-LGBTQ in Finland? That's surprising. I mean, it's just such an easy tool for far-right parties. I mean, they kind of just pick it up wherever at this point. Find a group, get everyone angry at them, then they will ignore what you're doing. Oh, and we have a crash, which is a great place to end for today, actually, because it is almost 5.5 hours. I didn't mean to stream this long today. So we'll end here. We got a crash, first one of the day. First crash of this playthrough so far, too, so we'll see how things go. I'll continue this next Saturday. As I said before, I am only streaming on Saturdays from here on out for the immediate future, possibly the permanent future, due to new job and everything's. So streams will be at 2 p.m. EST on Saturdays, just permanently from here on out. I'm still waiting, hopefully, for an update for HOI4 or for the save translator, so we can continue with the grand campaign in HOI4. But like the vote said, we're waiting on that, so we'll see. And yeah, I'll be back in a week. Let's see if there's anyone to raid. I should check Twitch, because it only shows a couple. Nothing too interesting. See if anyone's streaming HOI4. Looks good. I can navigate fucking Twitch these days. No. Alright, we'll end here. I'll be back next Saturday at 2 p.m. EST. That'll be the schedule going forward for a while. Hope you all enjoyed. We'll continue the Turkey game. As I said, we're going to get those Ottoman borders, however long that takes. I have full confidence in the ability of our Navy and military to do that. So, we'll see you all next week. Have a good rest of your week. Hope things aren't too stressful. I'll catch you later.